How you doing, Shadow? Shadow Meister. How you doing, folks? Back again on this Tuesday. Beautiful Tuesday. August 22. 76 degrees and sunny. Yes, it is indeed. Beautiful out there. I saw Kyle here a minute. I don't know where Kyle went. If you're out there, Kyle, pop in here, man. Pop in. Hiss. Anyway. Let's get ourselves rocking and rolling today, shall we? Shadow? Saw your episode a couple days ago, actually. I couldn't leave a comment. I was on my phone and I don't think I was logged in or something. I don't know what it was, but I couldn't leave any comments. But I watched the whole thing. You guys are going at it with the hot wire, going through the foam. Kind of surprised you were going to send that to me, or one of the pieces to me. I didn't know that. Well, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I'll be watching. I'll be following along. This tomb, of course, I got to make an adventure too, don't I? Yeah, I might just do that. That's a little inspiration because I am actually working on some adventures, some one-shots. So I might do something about the lizard and serpent folk, the dark kingdoms. Make some NPCs, of course, for Shadow and Sun. That kind of thing. That would be fun. I'd like that. We'll see. We'll see what transpires. This week is going to be a very relaxed, laid-back week for our painting along, which is good because last night I finished off the commission. I still got to base them, but that's easy stuff. Basing for me is like a 4-day process. And we're going to begin that tonight. We're going to put on step 1. I might even do step 2 just to cut it down to 3 days. And that's where I put the figures on their bases. Super glue. So I got to let them dry. I usually let that go for a day and work on something else. But what I'll do is I'll get them super glued to their bases. And there's only 6 bases worth of models here. About 60 figures, 10 per base. That's going to go really quick. So by the end of this session, I might do the stage 2, which is the spackling, and that definitely needs a day, so I might do that at the end. Okay, so that's what we're looking forward to today. I'll find some other things to do. I've got some 28mm pig-faced orcs to start cleaning up. I might get into that. That would probably be a good idea. I might work on my sisters of battle. Might just sit here and talk about the weather. Who knows? But I'm sure it's going to be intriguing, fascinating, interesting, and absolutely fantasticals. Right, Shadow? That's what we're going to do this week. We've been having some really good conversations the last few days. So I'm excited. Shout out to Joe Fox, my good friend over here in the United States. Good friend of mine. Been in the chats a few years ago. He used to be a regular here, but he still listens in. So, Joe, thanks for that. Keep the faith, my friend. And I'll be talking to you soon. Fantastic. And, of course, Shadow, my good friend, the other side of the country. Just pick which one do you like best, and we will ship it off to you when we are done. Well, that's very nice of you, Shadow. That would be kind of cool. Because I need some terrain for my 28s and fantasy stuff in particular, because I want to do some fantasy miniatures gaming soon. So that would be outstanding. You know, having some shadow crafted terrain in my collection, because right now I don't have much, if anything. So that would be kind of cool. Yeah, I'll follow along and see which direction you want to go with that. I'm going to work on a little adventure as well, themed around the Tomb King and even this terrain. So I'll be watching for clues and inspiration for that adventure. Be watching your progress. Legit. Oh, Shadow's got to check on someone at the door. How you doing, James? Good friend James. Keeping the fires warm last night with us, James. Appreciate that, man. We'll probably do likewise today. All week long. Been doing a lot of post-chat painting and stuff. I got all my stuff painted, so that's really good. There's Kyle. I see him now. Let me unmute. How you doing, Kyle?
Hanging in there. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastical, man. It's a good day. I'll probably get me some extra coffee here. My second cup. Before we get rocking and rolling today. It's going to be a laid-back week for our paint-alongs because I got my work done last night. I just have to do basing for the rest of the week. So, pretty good.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, I got everything done last night thanks to Karma and James and Jesse popped in. Poor old Kyle went to bed early. He missed out.
Work calls.
That's right. Keep on chipping away, my friend.
Yep, well, duty calls. When you gotta go, you gots to get.
Got some pictures here Jesse sent along of Sheppy. Or one picture. Something that shows his face a little bit clearer, so she's got something to work with. I'm going to get that off to her today. Little picture.
Oh, yeah. Told you she's really good at those things.
She's all right. She's a master at her craft. That's to be expected when you put so much time into it. So, yeah. She needs to keep pursuing that.
Indeed.
Make it a career.
She's really good about it.
Yeah. All right, so I got all these ready. I got some bases. Oh, I have to put on flags. They'll be last. I probably won't do them today. Today we're just going to put them on their bases. That's all. And maybe the spackling.
Gotta have that spackling.
Got Shadow in the chat. Got Jams.
What's up, James? How you doing?
Get my browser open for browsing. Why is the music off? I don't hear any music. Let me fix that. There we go. Put a little music there for the viewers.
As we sit here and shoot shit.
And then let me turn the volume down because it's too loud for me. That's what we do to get started here. Anyway, what do you want to talk about, Kyle?
Oh, I'm down for any topic.
Oh, I'm tired already. Oh, wow. Yeah, we'll probably be down here all night again. We'll see, actually. Jesse was late. He was, of all things, he was busy playing video games last night. Oh, wait a minute. That reminded me. I've got a fantastic video I found that I spent an hour watching last night about 40K lore, specifically about the Sisters of Battle, and I learned a bunch of things. But it also mentions the Golden Boys, and I learned something about them that I think Jesse would really appreciate. In fact, I think Jesse would really appreciate this video, as well as you too, James, and maybe you, Kyle. Let me grab that video before I forget and share it to James and Jesse. Really got to see this. It's awesome. Almost life-changing. It was great, man. It was great. Damn. I have to go to my history. The lore is deep, man. And man, I'll tell you, I found something out, James, about the Sisters of Battle that shook me to my core. Shook me to my core, man. And I can't believe I committed such a heresy last night. I think it was last night when we were talking about the Sisters of Battle and I broke up my book and we were looking for psychers. What heresy was that? And I say heresy because I found out there is no dependence on psychic ability in the Sisters of Battle. In fact, it's almost heretical. Their power comes from their faith and their belief in the God Emperor. They see psychers as heretics that must be purged. How dare I?
So they're kind of like a familiar order almost.
Not only that,
Yeah.
yeah, not only that, I found out that the Adeptus Astartes and even the Golden Boys, they're all a bunch of atheists who use logic. You know, they don't believe in the God Emperor. How do you like that? I kind of knew that. Yeah, but this video really goes deep into that. The lore behind the Sisters of Battle is actually the lore of the Imperium. It's really worth checking this out. I sat there for an hour listening to this, and it just kept me riveted. I learned a lot about it. So, yeah. You got to get into 40K, Kyle. I'm telling you, it's amazing. It's awesome. The lore is amazing and awesome.
Yeah, I actually watched a video about Grey Knights. What was it? Monday night? Yeah, I believe it was Monday night. Pretty neat little faction.
I mean, imagine knights in a science fiction world, a grim, dark science fiction world, where there's only war. I mean, you love knights. You love that whole thing. There's so much to draw from for knights, like a lot of Space Marine chapters in particular. The Dark Angels are very knightly, living in their space castles. Go ahead, Kyle.
The Templars as well. Black Templar.
Yeah, Black Templars in particular. Space Marines are the heel. Hee hee. Let me find this freaking video. I can't think. I have to go to my history. Highly recommend this video if you want to learn about some lore here. There it is. Sororitas, the Sisters of Battle and the Age of Apostasy. I think this is it. Yeah, 1 hour and 12 minutes. Can't believe I watched it for that long. Damn. It got me.
Hey, when you get in deep, you gotta stay. That's just all there is.
Copy. Man, it took me that long just to find the video and copy it to share. Gotta put this in the chat for you guys. Yeah, bookmark that freaking thing, James. Bookmark it. And watch that tonight. It's fantastic. In the beginning, it's a little bit very generic and, you know. But once it gets into about the second quarter of the show, the halfway, a little bit before the halfway mark, it gets deep. It starts to get into the founding of the Sisters of Battle. The whole idea of them being bodyguards of the Emperor, which is what I knew, but it happened thousands of years before when this originally happened, when they were the bodyguard, but it wasn't really the emperor that they were the bodyguard of. And the story about that, amazing. Wasn't really the emperor. I read this story a long time ago. I knew about that. You learn about the Golden Boys too, what they're all about. They're pretty cool, actually. Anyway, how else did I want to share that? Kai, you want me to just give you the link? I mean, you could put it in your watch. If you don't want to watch it, you don't have to, but highly recommend it. It is so deep. You want it?
I got it right here from the chat.
All right, good.
And then I pinned it.
Excellent.
In my browser, so we'll be good to go.
Let me give it to Jesse. Oh, and you know what else is in it, James? You're going to love this. Pay close attention. I think about the 3/4 mark. They have a montage of videos while the narrator tells this story, and he's really good at it. But if you watch the imagery, I think about 3/4 through, you're going to see an image of a battle sister that looks extremely familiar. It looks like someone we have seen before, because it is someone we have seen before. See if you can pick up on that, James. See if you can find out who it was. It was awesome. You'll know when you see the picture. You got to pay attention. It's somebody we know. I'll say no more. So yeah, I was pretty impressed by that video. And I'm hard to impress. I actually learned something.
Hey, that's, the old saying, you learn something new every day, coming through right there.
Yeah, the biggest thing I learned was they don't have psychers. They're actually viewed as heretics. Me with my old school mindset, I wasn't thinking. So, yeah. But that said, they have powers that almost mimic psychic abilities, and they don't know where this power comes from. I mean, logic and science can't figure out how the Sisters of Battle get this power. Is it innate in them or something? Nobody really knows. Of course, it comes from the Emperor. He is the god of man. But
Right.
they don't believe this because the Emperor's basically dead. He's sitting on the golden throne, sitting there, and people think he's still alive. He's kept alive with all kinds of dark technology. Is he alive? Is he dead? Who knows? But the Sisters of Battle, they worship him. They promote him throughout mankind. It's where they get their powers. And so on and so forth. Watch the video.
Yes, sir. I will watch it, or at least a chunk of it. Maybe tonight. Oh, Fritz.
Yes, Kyle? Yes, Kyle?
I got a good one for you again.
What's this? What's this about then?
I was dragging out an old door today, and those short, really old school mini railings are about 3 feet off the ground. They're about 4 foot tall.
Mm-hmm.
The really old and rusty ones.
Mm-hmm.
I seen a kid today get hit where the good Lord split him on one of those.
Yeah, ouch. Ouch.
Yeah, he thought he'd be a wise guy and slide down the banister rail, and whenever he hooked the turn, he didn't jump off, and it spun him around, and it basically dropped him right on that. I kind of laughed for a split second, and then it was one of those, damn, I can feel that pain. That sucked. Just when I think I've seen it all, but they do something else to me.
Mm-hmm. They do.
I don't much like it. I want consistency, damn it.
You do.
Yeah, but that ain't gonna happen. I've already given up on that dream long ago. You live in a college town, you learn to always expect the unexpected.
Yep. Scranton's right next to me. I'm surrounded by colleges and universities. Scranton University.
So you feel my pain.
Yeah, Scranton's a college town. There's a lot of clubs and places where they hang out. We used to hang out there. Hit on the college ladies. Good times. Pretty crazy, but yeah.
I haven't hit on no college ladies, but that hasn't stopped them, though.
We're gonna go with orange. Orange pom-pom today. I forgot to paint one.
There you go.
Let's get that out of the way before I base these little guys. Orange. Ooh, this brush is terrible. Scrap that brush. Damn. You were in here earlier, weren't you? And then you disappeared. I saw you in here.
Yeah, I had to update my Discord,
Oh, is that what it was?
and it had to restart me.
Biatch.
Oh, yes.
I just had a Windows update. Windows has been
Ew,
having a lot of updates
nasty.
recently.
They have, really. I mean, it's been, what? We've had one a week for the last, what? 4 or 5 weeks? At least I have.
Had what? A week? What did you say?
We've had, what? 2 Windows updates in the last, what, month?
Yeah, something like that. 2 or 3. Feels like 3. Cripes, that's a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, here we go. Yes.
Yeah, for Windows, yeah, that's a lot.
Okay, let's put the back rankers on there. Ooh, we got to get this right. First company, second company, third company, and fourth company. There is an order to their deployment. Working from right to left. Right is the position of honor, of course. So I believe the first company is on the right, second on the is next. So where the hell is my paper? There it is. Let's see if I'm right. Let's see if I'm right.
What's up, Karma? How you doing?
Hey, hello.
Hey doing, Karma? I got some pictures for you from Jesse. He sent a picture of a goblin that's good. Shows his face a little bit.
Awesome.
All right, from the right, we're going to start with green. Green is the first company. 1 second, I'm going to be talking out loud here as I do this. We got green, we got blue for the second company, we've got orange for the third company. 2 of those guys. And the fourth company is the purples. Where are you, purples? There you are. Working right to left. Okay. So green, blue, orange, purple. There. Yeah, let me get that picture to you right now before I forget. So you got something to toy around with.
Sounds good. I'm trying to get into Foundry so I can read the spell book, but it's not working.
Can you get
It's
into
let me
Foundry?
right in.
Well, I did, but I let it sit there for a bit because it took a while to load. So when it loaded, I kept letting it sit there, and I didn't do anything. And now it won't let me access anything, so I'm trying to reload it, but it's just broken. It's like a broken JPEG. I can show you. It looks really weird. Come on, just reload the page. All right, you know what? Close down the browser. Give it another try. You can all hear me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so it's not my internet that's the problem. Hmm. Thank you.
Willkommen. So, he's got another picture here of his orc Thar, but I'll save that one. Well, you can look at that one in the future. Good old Thar. Hey Shadow, James says just waking up, getting some sun. Shadow, how's it going? Been working with XPS foam and loving every minute of it. I never heard that before. Foam is foam, but yeah, okay. Shadow loves his XPS.
Is anybody else on Forge right now?
Yeah, I'm in Foundry right now, and it let me right in.
What the world is going on?
Insulation board. Foam insulation board. The blue board. I use that for my terrain. Get it different thicknesses. But yeah, I know what you mean. Not that foam that they use for packing. That garbage that's just a bunch of little foam balls glued together that explodes and gets all over the place, sticks to your leg and your cat and everything else. You don't want that. My cats love to get in the box, one that's got shipping peanuts in it or something. That just the little peanuts stick to stick to them. It's terrible. It's a disaster. It's all over me. It's all over the place. All that static electricity. Cripes. Down with shipping peanuts.
Won't let me in. I don't know what's going on.
Stream your thing. Let's see what you're going through here.
Okay. My browser that I'm trying to load it on, and it's just hanging. It won't go on the page.
Okay, let's see. Go ahead and try it.
It's up here right now, but the new tab is like circle.
Yeah.
It's trying to load the page right now. I hit X to stop it. I reload the page. I'll just hit the button again.
So it's not going to Forge.
Here we go, trying now.
Let me get you another link.
This one was working yesterday. I don't know if anything changed.
Yeah.
Let's see, will it do any other website? Is it me? Oh, it might be me. I thought my internet was fine because I'm over the voice chat and you guys can hear me fine, but I can't visit any websites. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna reboot my router.
Okay.
Sounds good. The internet trouble strike again, Fritz.
You should always reboot your router and your laptop. Restart. Don't turn off your computer and restart your computer at least once every week to clear it out, clear its memory out. Do likewise with your router. Does the same thing. It starts it up from scratch. So all this stuff from that's going on the internet, it gets filled with garbage after a while. So you gotta reboot. Restart, rather. At least once a week.
Yep, gotta wipe all that stuff out.
Yeah. Because the memory gets all cluttered with garbage. It's like cleaning the dishes. Once a week. Oh, alright, let's glue these guys down. Did I do this backwards? Where's my knives? Oh, I forgot to paint his sword. Damn it.
Oh my, Fritz got the blade.
Yeah, I did. She's got a big cobalt black blade sword. Gotta fix that. After they're based. That's alright. Voltage air on the left. There he is. Awesome. There's our first battalion based. Space him out a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay. Remind me to check this guy's sword. Remind me that I have a sword to paint. Let that
Yes,
dry.
sir. Hey, Fritz, don't forget the blade.
Thank you, Kyle.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm here for.
Yep. Let's see what they're talking about in the chat. Terrain making. Terrain making. Pre-made hills. Battle mats. I'd kill to get some of the blue foam and 2-inch thick sheets. Maybe. I got mine at Walmart, I think. No, it wasn't Walmart. It was Lowe's. You got Lowe's out there. I get installation board. That stuff's great, man. They come in different thicknesses, but 2 inch is a good one. You can make some big terrain pieces with that. I made a humongous hill. Must have been 1.5 feet from the table up. I love big, tall hills. It gives depth to the table and actually feels like a, well, it's kind of like a canyon. Actually, it's not. It's more realistic. Not like one of these little golf courses with little bumps. Need some height. Grand Canyon. It's funny you were thinking that. I was thinking it too, Shadow. They're not allowed to sell it here. Really? Wow. Screw California, man. I'll never go back there. Never. Place is a freaking dump. I'm going to start ranting again. I better control myself.
Easy there, Fritz. Easy.
Man, when I was there years ago, back in 2009, 2010, beautiful place, man. It was paradise. I'll never forget it. My first week there, every day was a day in paradise. After that, I got kind of used to it. But man, now it's a dump. What a shame. My good friend Ian, he said one of his dreams in life was to go to San Francisco. Go visit that beautiful city, San Francisco. I said, nah. No, you don't want to do that in this day and age. Nope, forget it. There's nothing there that's beautiful anymore.
Unfortunately not.
It's a dump. Ruined. All right, that's enough. No more. Can't even buy sheets of foam insulation board. Might as well be a different country. Ah, man, what a life.
Fritz has officially been triggered, y'all.
I'm fine. Sheppy, 31. Burning Hands. He got 8d6 plus 2 damage with Burning Hands. Holy smokes. Was that his attack or damage?
That's damage. I rolled on a critical hit for Bjorn and got max damage. 48 points damage. One hit.
That's a grave injury on an opponent.
Yeah, 48 points? Yeah.
On one that's about level maybe 6 or something, a little bit, you're equal there. That would be a grave wound indeed.
You remember those 3 demons that we fought? Those 2 little flying boys, and that one that had the no chance against me and Valley Cork? I went back and watched the video of it whenever you posted it.
Yeah.
I hit that creature with an attack of opportunity and hit it for 41 points damage, killed it. Like, that's insane.
That's good
amount
fun.
Of damage.
Good fun.
Hi, Carmen. How you doing? Welcome back.
Thank you. Restarted my router, restarted my computer, and I finally got into Foundry. Now it's downloading world data, which will take a while.
Welcome to Foundry. How you doing?
But for some reason, whatever was making my internet go funky is gone.
Good.
Don't forget to remind me about painting that sword. 'Cause
I got you.
I will forget. By the end of the session. Give me a reminder.
I got you.
So do you guys want to see something I made that I finally discovered? I finally realized I had on a separate file that I found.
Sure.
Well, of course.
Oh, I'm so excited. Okay, hold on.
I'm so excited.
It's a little trick I learned to do with webcams. You know, those e-girls who do anime characters that talk for them on YouTube videos and streams and stuff.
VTubing.
VTubers.
Yeah.
VTubing. I made a VTubing model one time,
Blue,
and I'm gonna show you.
green, blue, orange, purple.
Very anime though, so don't judge me.
I don't know about that. Lay down the gavel.
Turn on the webcam. There we go. I need to figure out how to get that light behind me to stop being so bright this time of day.
What'd you make a VTuber character for yourself? Is that what you did?
I made it for a friend,
Yeah?
but they never ended up using it. I never saw them try it out. But I still have the file. So if I can get this file to load, I can actually show you guys the VTuber model that I made. However, it's not sensing my eyes. Oh, there it goes. Ah, there it goes.
Well, come on, put it up so we can see. I want to see this.
Okay, yeah, I it's been a while since I've used the program. I'm trying to remember how
Alright.
to find your picture.
And pretty sure Cam's not working on Discord.
Of course it's not.
That gets rid of my picture. This is a broadcast.
I don't have it on. There it is.
That would explain why.
Yep, it wasn't even on.
Audio based testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That's what you could.
It's working.
That's what you could do, Kyle. Get yourself a VTube thing. Carmel, get you all set up instead of using your webcam. You could be a VTuber.
I know how.
Yeah.
All right, so the Foundry is good. Okay, that's awesome. I can check that out in a second. And then my camera.
Come on.
I'm on Discord now, so I have to change my camera to the right camera.
Alright.
Voice and video. It should be video settings, webcam, anime is virtual. No face rig, that's right. And then hopefully this is gonna work when I turn this on. All right. Yay! It did it.
Yeah, there it is.
Yes, it's blinking. It's not seeing my my face though. Hold on, I have to make it to my face. Come on.
Is it just the eyes and the mouth that move, not the whole body?
No, the whole body moves. It lost track of me when I was laughing. I got it to get to keep tracking me again. Can you see that in the camera? Oh no, you can't. So now it just needs to see my face. Come on. It's really tough because right now there's like a giant light behind me. So it's not tracking my face entirely. Come on. Maybe if I take my glasses off, maybe it'll do it. Oh, there it goes. All right. Is it moving now? I think it's moving now.
Yeah, it's moving kind of back and forth a little bit.
Yeah, that's all it does. It just moves a little bit. You move the head back and forth as you're talking. It can look down. It can look up. It can look both from side to side. If it doesn't lose track of me in the middle, there it goes. And when he moves his arms side to side, his whole body kind of shifts just a little bit to show like liveliness. So I want to do another one of these. I think for my character Karma, because I did this for a friend and now I'm jealous and I want one.
Well, hey, do it.
Maybe that's what I'll work on today.
Can make one for Kyle. Keep that up for a minute. I want to put it on my screen here. If I could get the freaking window to capture Discord. I want to show folks what you're doing there. I love that stuff. That's great. Isn't that cool, Kyle?
That's amazing.
VTubing.
Yeah.
Little animated avatar. In this case, anime. They usually are anime. But, yeah. You could have one for your... Instead of your webcam, she could make one of these for you.
I could. You could have a helmet on though, so I wouldn't have to do any lip sync tracking.
Yeah. Okay, I think I figured this out. Let me see if I can get my... There it is. So here you go, folks. That's what she's got going on her screen here in Discord. That's VTubing. Check it out. It's actually sensing her movements, her face, her eyes, and everything. It picks it all up. Yeah, that's her. There you are. There's Karma, the dark elf.
Well, this time I'm a dark elf.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have my regular character Karma. That's what I'm gonna work on today. I'm feeling motivated for it.
See the lips move?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
All right, I'll turn it off for now.
All right.
Very
Very cool.
Really cool, though.
See
Yeah,
here, if I this camera, I go back into settings. I have to come out. Remember how to do this. Settings, voice video on the bottom.
File Jezebels.
All better. Now I can put my glasses back on. I couldn't barely see anything I was doing on the screen.
Instead of rewarding such salutations, the world does not need more of this bad for its bad.
That's so bad. My camera's so bad at this time of day. There's me.
Oof. All right. So a company of French infantry would typically, on paper, be about 120 men, divided up into 3 ranks normally. And it was divided up into there was 6 companies in a battalion, so it's about 600 men plus battlefield strength would actually be about 300, 400 men. So there'd be 6 companies in a battalion. One company was elites. They were veterans, the most experienced members of the battalion. They were formed into a company called the Grenadiers, who held the position of honor. Whenever the battalion deployed in line formation in battle, they would always be on the right side. They always wore tall plumes, historically, to make them look bigger, taller, more threatening. They always occupied the right position in the battalion. The position of honor was always to the right. Next to them would be the 1st Company. They would be Fusiliers or line infantry, the normal troops who made up the battalion. Again, about 60 plus men, 3 ranks. Next to them would be the 2nd Company. Then there would be the 3rd Company, and then there would be the 4th Company. The final company was the Voltigeur Company, the light infantry. This was a special company that always positioned themselves to the left of the battalion when deployed in line. And it was made up of the youngest, most athletic members of the battalion. They were usually the youngest members. They were the light infantry.
Right.
They would often be deployed as skirmishers ahead of the battalion to kind of cover the advance of the battalion, or, they would be in a dispersed order, separated by 3 to 6 feet apart. They'd be spread out, skirmishing. So that's how the battalion would be organized in a line formation in battle. So the positioning of companies is important. That's why I'm sitting here saying, okay, well, here's the 1st Company, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Okay, this guy goes here, this guy goes here. Here's the grenadier, he goes here. So it's all important. Each battalion had an eagle. What we would call a flag, a banner, a standard, whatever. They called them eagles because it was literally an eagle setting on a pole. Not a real eagle. But it was Napoleon's way of mimicking the Roman legions. If you remember, the Roman legions used eagles when they marched into battle. The legion had an eagle. Every legion had its eagle. And every cohort or maniple or sub-unit within the legion would have their own symbols, too, that they would march into battle with. So the eagle was a big deal throughout history, and still is. In Norse culture, it's pretty important as well. Hail Freya. But anyway, the French had the eagle bearer, and he was typically deployed with the sapeurs, or the sappers, or the engineers of a battalion. Battalion had engineers. Guys that would cut down trees and build fortifications. Every battalion had a group of guys that were called sappers that would do just that. They would build bridges. They'd help build the camp, fortifications. They were called sappers. A bunch of guys would be in the battalion that were sappers. And they had a particular uniform, usually a big bear skin, and they had these big leather aprons that they wore over their overalls. Rugged guys. And they usually had a big old axe. So they were quite intimidating. And typically the eagle would be deployed in the center of a battalion when it was deployed in this line that I described. And he would be surrounded by the sappers, as well as what was called the color guard, which were chosen men from all the different companies in the battalion to essentially bodyguard and protect the eagle. And they'd typically be in the center of the battalion when it deployed. In the back, of course, not in the front like you see in Hollywood. They would be in the back. So it had this central position for the battalion. And on top of that, every company had musicians, typically drummers. And whenever the battalion gathered for battle and would be deployed in line like I described, all the company's drummers and musicians would be also gathered together in one big unit and be put to a rear position of the battalion when it advanced. They'd all be congregated. So yeah, that's a little bit about French battalion organization and deployment. You are welcome.
Pretty cool, though. I mean, how they took that and kind of made it their own.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Of course, take everything I say with a grain of salt. Because I know nothing.
All bullshit, Fritz. You know a lot.
Nada.
Karma, back me up here.
You seem very knowledgeable. I
Yeah.
wouldn't be able to talk about anything I didn't know about knowledge about. You know what I mean? So I feel like you have plenty of knowledge to share.
Maybe.
See, told you.
Maybe a little bit. But I don't know. I've been wrong about many things. Grain of salt, folks. Grain of salt.
One,
It's for all my wargaming buddies out there. That's what I've learned.
6, 7.
Because I talk about this stuff all the time in my painting chats. A lot of folks don't know what the heck I'm talking about. What is this voltigeur? What is that? What is this eagle bearer? What is he talking about?
The Roman
What is
legions
this
had the
nonsense?
equivalent.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. So every once in a while I like to just talk about what I know and share it so if people get an idea what the heck I'm talking about. Yeah. Grain of salt. Do your own research, folks. Whew, boy, this glue's getting to me. Zap-a-gap. I'm just hovering over the nozzle and it's burning my nozzle. Hey-ya. Getting a little wacky with the super glue.
Oh my, friends, oh my.
James says, I would have been a grenadier, being over 6 feet, but I would just want to be a voltigeur, Jaeger, and get a proper rifle. James says, my brother is getting into muzzle loaders and too sooty for me. Reenacting is expensive. That is an expensive hobby, man. So I was talking about maple syrup the other day. Do you remember that, Kyle?
Yes, sir.
And that night, I don't know why, a video popped up on my feed about a guy 1 year living off the grid. So I decided to watch a little bit of it. As soon as the video starts, it shows him, it's kind of winter time, shows him walking out in the trees among the maples. And he's putting the hole in the maple to put a spigot in it to get maple syrup. So I watched him how he was doing it because I've never seen how it was done. I never really looked into it. But he was getting maple syrup. You know, he'd what did he do? What is the first thing he did? He kind of put like a hole, right? He'd hammer a hole into the tree, right? And then he would take this little metal spigot-like thing, you know, that it's got a sharp end on the one side and it's got like a drain nozzle on the other, and it's made to hammer into the maple tree. So he put that on there and he banged it into the tree so it was in nice and deep. And then there's a hook on this little nozzle, or this spigot. There's a hook on it for putting a pail. And then he had this big ass pail and he hooked it onto the nozzle and just left it there, and they put a little cover over top of it. So yeah, it can drain into the bucket, essentially. And then he left it. And I guess that's how they did it. They would go through the woods and the maple trees and they'd put a bunch of buckets in there. And then later in the show, he picked up the buckets, brought them back. I guess he was boiling it all up, you know, purify it, cleaning it that way. But initially what he did is he took some pure maple right from the tree, put it in a bowl, and he's outside doing this, and there's snow. And he had this bowl of snow. And he took a spoon and he starts pouring out over top of the snow this fresh maple syrup right from the tree. And he's kind of spreading it around the snow. I'm trying to figure out, what is he doing? What is that about? He was eating it like it was a snow cone. So he started eating the snow that was covered in the syrup. So he made like a little snow thing. Snow cone. Okay.
That's awesome.
Yeah. It's just funny because we were just talking about it, and
Yep.
boom, all of a sudden, hey, here it is. Here's how they did it. My old man used to do this in the backwoods here when he was a kid. I never did. But yeah, maple
That's
syrup.
one thing that we never did was make syrup.
Fresh maple syrup, man, you cannot beat it. It is of the gods.
I've never tried. Sounds delicious though.
You've never had maple syrup.
Never fresh maple syrup.
Whew, she scared me there for a minute, Fred.
Nothing like fresh maple syrup. The real stuff, not the synthetic store-bought stuff. I've had it when I was a kid, and it's unbelievably good. It's supposed to be really healthy for you too. I get some pine trees out here. Maybe I'll grab some pine sap. Try that. Oh, pine sap. Gotta put some pine sap on my pancakes, Kyle. Just distill it, boil it up, get it so it's smooth and clean and all that, and just pour it on the old pancakes. Pine flavored pancakes, baby. Ugh. Might poison yourself. I don't know.
Yeah, but then again, I'm kind of sacrilegious. I'm not much of a pancake guy.
Yeah, it's okay. We forgive you.
I just
had
never
that.
jumped on that bandwagon. It was one thing that I never did like.
Pancakes?
Have you like blueberry pancakes or chocolate chip pancakes?
They're
Nothing?
not my cup of tea.
Why?
Wow.
It's just like dough,
Yeah.
egg.
Like I can sit there and completely kill a pound of waffles, but I won't touch pancakes.
Wow.
I don't know why.
It's got to be a mental thing because the flavor and taste isn't. Maybe it's the consistency, or
That may be what it is, because it been like that. And I think what happened was my grandmother tried to make pancakes one time, and she didn't cook them long enough. And I think that's what it was.
That's no good.
Of course, like, I'm a kid, and I don't know any better, but I think that's what it was. And ever since then, I got sick as a dog. And, yeah, no, after that one, yep, not for me.
Roast pumpkin with maple syrup, cinnamon, and a pine nut, served with mint and yogurt is nice, says James. How you doing, Dizzy? Dizzy pokes her head in the chat. How you feeling, Dizzy? Got Dizzy Rogue, Dizzy Lumpkins. Dizzy Lumpkins, 87. Lumpkins. Dizzy Rogue, 87. He's in the
We
chat.
actually used to take pumpkin seeds, James, like whenever we would carve pumpkins for Halloween, and Mom would always lay them out on a baking sheet, and she'd bake them at like 200 degrees for like 4 or 5 hours. And yes, sir. Sprinkle a little bit of cinnamon sugar on top of them babies right after they first come out the oven. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's my horrendous story about pancakes.
Bad experience. That's all.
Ma'am was a baker. She could bake and make candy and all that. As far as cooking goes, hit or miss. Like the bulk of the things she cooked was pretty damn good. I'd kill for one of her hamburgers. I don't know what she did to them bad boys, but they were the best tasting hamburgers ever.
Okay, 3 more battalions. Take a break here. Listen to some stories. Compliments of Kyle. Hamburgers it is.
Yes, sir.
Let's read the chat. Oh, like a baby kangaroo poking out of a pouch. There's Dizzy. Nearly got myself sprayed with grease, says Dizzy, from cooking chicken marinated in Mediterranean spices and a sweet sauce to complement the spices. Nearly got myself sprayed with grease. Gotta watch that. Yow! It's a deadly weapon in the Middle Ages. Boiling oil. So you're a seasoned gamer, says James. There you go. There you go. Iron Man. Missed you yesterday, Iron Man. He says, I have always hated the taste of pancakes. Huh. How do you like that? Iron Man's not a pancake fan. Well, there's no real taste to them. I mean, you got to add things like sugar and syrup and blueberries, and they're just dough and egg and... Dizzy says the chicken was amazing. How's the job hunt, Dizzy? Still waiting on a response? Excellent. 3 battalions. One of these I have to paint a sword.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, let me put him up here separate. Still waiting, she says. Well, hang in there. Fehu, I'm telling you. Tresas Fehu. Dizzy says, learning how to cook in the meantime. Good, good, good. Learning how to cook, that's pretty important. I learned how to cook when I was a little kid. Learned how to sew, how to cook, all that good stuff.
I know how to sew and
Well, I not cook,
Pretty
but
easy.
sew. I remember learning that when I was growing up. You too?
yes, ma'am. That's one of my grandmother's hobbies. She loved to crochet.
We used to have sheep on the farm. I remember as a kid, my old man would shear the sheep every year and, get their wool, shave them, get all their wool. My old lady, man, she would spin that. She was an antiquer, too. Had all kinds of antiques in the house and still do. And she had some old spinning wheels from, man, we're talking the 18th century here. We had them in the house. And she used to spin wool right from the sheep, the way they did it back in the day. She'd be there spinning on this big wheel, her foot's pumping it so it'll spin, and she's just going through all the wool. And I don't know what she did with it. She ended up making yarn, is what you get when you spin the wool. And
Yes, sir.
you could make stuff with it. I don't know what she made with it. That was a long time ago. I remember those days. Shaving the sheep.
I've got to shear them.
Yeah, shearing the sheep. Shearing the sheep. Learning how to cook. In the meantime, now I'll be able to use the frying pan that Kyle keeps talking about. Frying pan. I don't know what that's about. You talking about a frying pan, Kyle?
I haven't said nothing about a frying pan in a few months.
Okay, so you know about it. She's going to be using the frying pan. Look out, folks. Nerdy Ogre's in the chat. Says, howdy, howdy.
Better hope it ain't cast iron.
Better hope it's not cloudy. Just trying to rhyme with
Cloudy with a chance of meatballs, Fritz. Cloudy with a chance of meatballs.
I'm trying to rhyme with Nerdy Ogre there. He said, howdy, howdy. Hope it ain't cloudy. There it is. Nerdy
Immediately follow that up by Roger, Roger.
Roger, Roger. L.A. Dodger. It's a running joke between me and Kyle, says Dizzy. Oh, okay. But Kyle, hit the drums today. We keep forgetting. We get some funny things here, and we don't hear the drums. You're in charge of the sound. Yeah, Kyle's the sound man. Right. It's all good. It's all good. Don't overdo it now. Calm down. Okay, Nerdy Ogre says, what's our vector, Victor? Yeah, very good, Nerdy. Well timed, Kyle. Well timed.
I couldn't leave that one alone. I don't care. I couldn't leave it alone.
You know what you need? Hotkeys for all this. You just push a hotkey and boom.
I'm thinking about it.
Imagine you could set that up on Discord. Might be
Probably.
an option for hotkeys. Two things I've always disliked about pancakes. The taste of fish and pancakes. Those are two things Iron Man does not like. My father was an ass about it, to be honest. He also wouldn't stop to let me pee on our 2-hour car rides to Grandma's house. 2 hours.
No.
James says, was thinking about another Korg sampler for D&D FX. Korg sampler for D&D FX. Okay. Just load the waveform into the pad. Yeah, you could do that. I hated fish as a kid, but I like it now. Oh, I love fish. Fresh salmon. Oh, with a golden glaze of butter sauce, capers, the coppers. It's good stuff, man. It's good stuff. Fresh salmon. Fresh.
Get some good fresh lake trout and soak it in honey and brown sugar overnight, and then saute that bad boy in a pan.
With a little Pinot on the side.
And some lemon
Telling
juice
you.
over top.
That's classy good eating is what that is.
Yes, sir. Put that shit on your head, your tongue will beat your brains out getting to it.
Pinch it and think dry thoughts. Oh, I can't see who said that.
Nerdy.
Pinch it, yeah. I will eat most things, says James. Iron Man says, I've never encountered Korgs in D&D. Are they hard to kill? James says, had fast food last night for the first time in many weeks. About Korgs, no. They expect you to cram 100 drum hits into 8 megabytes. Low-level grind.
Oh my.
James is he's a techno DJ, man. I'm telling you, he's a producer. He makes some techno. He's a techno nerd. Something like that. Yeah, what is a Korg? Asked Nerdy. I'm not even sure what a Korg is. I think he just said it had something to do with the music. They expect you to cram 100 drum hits into 8 megabits. Low level grind. See Karma's moving around there. Gotta go start supper. Alright, nerdy. We'll be here for a bit. Maybe we'll roll some dice tonight. I don't know.
Try it and see.
It's a little drum machine you can load samples into. Korg. Got any stories to share, Karma? Any stories, hobby stories? Any kind of stories you'd like to share with us today? Kind of a random question, but hey, there you go.
I don't think she's got her headset on.
Nope, staring blankly at the screen.
She's in Foundry. I can see her fucking spells.
Alright. Iron Man says the worst was the frozen fish that used to come in a white box from the grocery store. Ocean perch. Damn, that is gross. Yeah, anything from a grocery store, unless it's fresh from the deli or the butcher, forget it. Not a fan. Fresh. I kind of know what you're talking about, Iron Man. There's Johnny Longshore with the thumbs up today. What's going on, John? Like so, very amusing. Got a link there shared by James. I'm gonna check that out for you guys. Okay. How to make techno in 2 minutes on Korg. Oh, I like it.
Oh my.
I like it a lot. Gotta love the bass, man. Wow. Here it comes. Here it comes. There it is. That's good. I like it. I listen to techno a lot, by the way. Risa Taniguchi, man, I'm telling you. She's amazing.
Yeah.
She's my favorite. There's a couple others I'd really get into, too.
She's just jamming away.
Ah, so that's pretty cool. That's a Korg. Huh. What's it got plugged into an amp? That's pretty cool. See what John's sharing now.
Bobby Darin.
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Da 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 do 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 da. All right, that's enough. You know I'm a sucker for all this stuff. Excellent, Johnny Longshore. Mac the Knife. What was that, Kyle?
Nothing beats a classic. I don't care what anybody said.
Yes, sir, indeed. Oh, Carmen disappeared again. Let's see if we can... Well, let me get this second half of the battalions based. We're basing battalions today, John. It's going to be an easy week. I got everything finished painted-wise last night, thanks to Kyle and Jesse and Karma. James, who kept me company last night till like 1 in the morning. Painting away. Good stuff.
Yes, sir. I had a lot of good topics.
Damn,
A lot of ranting, too.
Well, there's nothing to sing along with the techno. But damn, beat to the punch. Let's look at this one here. James put up another one. Ooh, okay. Korg Wave State Dungeon Synth Explorations. This is cool stuff, man. I never got into this synthesizer stuff. Maybe I should make some music that I could actually use. Be a techno star. Sounds like a 1980s melodic. If you have theory in a computer, what is the weirdest thing you have eaten? Another random question from Iron Man.
What's the weirdest thing I've eaten? Oh my.
Dizzy likes techno. She's a techno fiend. Go ahead, Kyle.
But, oh my, I mean, raw horse meat in Japan's hard to beat. Weirdest thing? I honestly have no idea.
If it was weird, I probably wouldn't have eaten it.
Exactly.
But I think when I was up in Boston, I went to a Malaysian restaurant. I'm not particularly fond of Malaysian food. I can't even remember what it was, but frog's legs were on the menu, but no, I never ate that. I don't know. Weirdest thing I've ever eaten.
I've had deer, rabbit, squirrel, boar, a groundhog. That's. I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
Spiders that crawl in your mouth when you're sleeping. Yeah, that happens all the time. Bugs are a common part of the menu for humans. We don't realize it. Snails.
If I'm sleeping, he's fair game.
Yeah. Do they serve roux at the IHOP? Kangaroo meat. Boring and Anglo since I started getting old.
Oh, you're not old, James. You're just decent.
I feel like going on a rant right now, but I'm not gonna. Has to do with the culture in the United States compared to other countries where age is something revered and respected and wisdom is something to be valued. Whereas in America or Western culture, it's not. It's the opposite. And it makes me so freaking angry. But we're not going to go on a rant today. We're going to leave that. We're going to leave that alone, Kyle. I've said enough
Oh,
already.
man always told me you'll either respect your elders or you'll respect your betters.
Snails are good, says Iron Man. I always thought octopus would be weird, but I actually love octopus. Yum.
Never
Dizzy,
had it.
Don't get me started on being old, says Dizzy. This is a no rant zone, says Shadow. I ranted yesterday.
With us last night.
Yeah, we ranted. I got on a bunch of things that I shouldn't have, but yeah, it fired me up. It was okay. It was okay.
And then you got me started.
Yeah, just like a snowball effect. So, we watch those things here.
I've actually never had snails or octopus, so
How
I'll
about
take your word for it.
how about snake? Any kind of
I've
snake?
had snake.
Alligator?
No, I haven't had alligator. I've had bison. I've also had elk. But elk's hard to cook because it's so lean you have to add grease to it.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, wild pig.
I've had boar. It's gamey. It's pork. Like you can clearly tell that it's pork, but it's very gamey.
Yeah, I know what that's like.
Like very, very gamey.
You know what it is? I'm going to do a slight rant here. Slight, very slight. I want to clarify actually what I meant before. It's not so much the Western culture and Eastern cultures that I'm talking about here with, revering wisdom, which comes with age. All right? The Western cultures typically don't, really. What I'm referring to is more about like indigenous cultures. Or I don't like using this word, but for lack of a better one, I'll say primitive cultures. Because I'm big in the ancient cultures, animism and all that stuff. You guys know this, and it's part of my thing and what I love to research and study.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a huge difference when you look at modern culture today and society that doesn't revere wisdom and age, elders, and all this thing. There's nothing going on with ancestry worship. There is, like in Japanese Shinto, I think. But there's that. But it's not. You get old, you get put in a home. It's not a big valued thing. This wisdom, we don't honor our elders. But if you look at cultures of the past, before Judeo-Christian religions came into being here. Before that, it was the opposite. It was the opposite, complete opposite. I mean, elders were revered.
Yeah, I mean, look
Your
at the
ancestors.
Romans for prime example. You had to be a certain age requirement to even be considered a senator. So, yeah.
Anyway, that's what I meant. Anyway. I had turtle. It was awful, says Shadow. Turtle soup. I saw a video where, says John, an octopus escaped out of a trap and jumped off the side of a boat. They are smart. They are smart. Kangaroo is nice, but toughens up fast. Goat is pretty good, says Shadow. Goat curry is great, says James. Our man adds, I love turtle meat, but it was only in a real good soup from Ruth Chris Steakhouse. Parmesan in a jar, ancestor cry. Shadow says they think being Satanus more important than life experiences. Tech savvy. Tech Satanus.
Okay, I was about to ask what that meant, but okay, I've cleared that up.
Sounds like somebody we know in the community. But yeah, tech savvy. I would love to see an octopus jump, really. John Longshore, Mother Nature is taking the world back. It's humans on the menu now. Okay. There you go. John's laid it out for us.
Yeah, he laid down the law. But I'm going to step away for to take my aunt home real quick, and then I'll be back.
All right, Kyle, I'll be here. We'll wait for you.
Okay. I'll be back.
Okay. Tech Satanus is my new technomancer name. So I don't think I really had anything weird that I've eaten. I usually don't eat weird things. Bugs, I guess, would be what I would say. I've eaten bugs. Lots of bugs. All kinds of bugs. I've also eaten things I won't mention here. Ugh. That would be weird. Yeah, da 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 da. P.S. You need to use the highwayman with the riposte. I think I was looking for you the last time we were. Yeah, you said you were coming back at 6 and you didn't, which is okay. But I was looking for you because a couple things came up that I wish you were there. I think it was when we were coming across some things. What should I use for this and what should I use for that? Because I know you have that file. But we did great in that episode. I made them all private, by the way, because I'm going to edit them and repost them. Those episodes, because there's a lot of stuff on that. If you just want to watch me play Darkest Dungeon with you guys, I'm going to edit it out and post them that way, so you don't get the other stuff, me painting or talking about whatever. So I'm going to put them up so you can see them again. It was a good episode. We did a medium, and we kicked it. We also did a short one before that we had to leave early. It was not good. It was not good. It went poorly. But it was good fun. People yelling at me, use this, don't do that. No, what'd you do that for? I know John gets pretty annoyed with me. My torch, everybody's always yelling at me. Put the torch, you gotta have the torches and how you're getting ambushed, you know. I know. I don't like torches. Damn it. Guess I'll have to spend more money on torches. I'm broke. It's okay. We're all playing this together. Our man's leper is kicking ass. Damn. Purple. Pink. The highwayman. Hanging, he's kicking ass. I think you're back enjoying more pleasures of the flesh again. Reducing that stress. Yeah. A piece of gum. What's this? Is that the wiki? What is that? Wiki. I was just looking at this the other night. Curios. There it is. Let me bookmark this damn thing. I found this the other night for some reason. I was looking for something. Let's see. Bookmarks bar. There we go. That's the official Darkest Dungeon wiki. Curios. This is the Curios. Curios section. Forced interaction. So I guess I could refer to this as I play. It wouldn't be as fun. But I guess I could look at it a little bit here and there, and then, you know. I like surprises. Twisted Metal 2. Now there's a game I loved. Twisted Metal. Came out with the original PlayStation back in the day. I love that game. Oh, where'd Karma go? She disappeared too. I'm all alone here. I've been abandoned. Yeah, John, what the heck is xanthan gum? Piece of gum you found underneath a xanthan. Well, if you have no torches, the NPCs spawn and 2 times the hardness level. No problem at higher levels, but these will wax a level 0 or 1 team. Okay. Maybe I like the challenge. I don't have the money. Boy, Baldur's Gate 3 is getting great press. Everybody I know that is playing it is really impressed. Yeah, I've heard that too. It's like Kingmaker and stuff. I'd rather play a game that's closer to Pathfinder than 5e. I'd stick with Kingmaker, and what's the other one? Wrath of the Righteous. I'd rather play those. Because they're pretty much the same damn thing. But of course, Baldur's Gate gets all the press. Yeah. Have you played it, Art Man? Looks good. Oops, let me move this guy up a little bit. Whoops, wrong guy. This guy goes here. This guy. Okay. Time is it? Wow, 7:15. Lots of daylight today. That's nice. do know what I forgot to do here. I forgot to paint the bases. There's a little bit of extra metal showing here. That's okay. Pardon me. I'll take care of that. I think I was really impressed. Board game. Gosh darn it. Heroes 3, that is. Oh, and the occultist is an amazing healer. Really, the bleeding isn't an issue. Most heroes resist it. That's true. That's true. You could sometimes get a max heal, bring a doctor, no problems. Yeah, I do like the occultist. Honestly. I do have one. I think that's James. James is our occultist. I missed the doctor though. I love putting blight down on the enemy. It's a fun game, folks. You should try it. Darkest Dungeon. We have a good time playing. I play so you don't have to. I'll have to listen to you guys more often, though. I'll have to take more torches. I thought you put him on the pay him no mind list. Nah, the occultist, I like the Vestal. I love the Vestal. I love the Doctor. And then there's the occultist. I like the occultist. I want to like the occultist. I use him in my offline campaign. And I like him. But there's a lot of cool characters and I can't use them all. I need to use the occultist more, I think. Because I'm not always going to have Vestals available. It took me about 9 weeks in this campaign to get a second Vestal, which is a problem. So having the occultist around is a good thing. I got 2 Vestals now, and I got an occultist, so I should be good. Yeah, I kind of badmouth the occultist, but actually I do like the occultist. He's on my use list. But I love the Doctor more. What's the other one I'm trying to get more into? The Grave Robber's pretty cool. I had fun with that. Take shovels and put... While you are provisioning, you can take shovels and put shovels back. You don't pay for the items you... Pay for the items you put back. Also, shovels I can get rid of. Let me check my Discord real quick here. Oh. Homemade maple syrup. Homemade maple syrup. There's Karma again. Homemade maple syrup tastes just like the real thing. It's perfect over pancakes and waffles, and it's made with 4 simple ingredients in 10 minutes. I'd rather just take it right out of the tree. Nothing. Just take it right out of the freaking tree. Fresh. But yeah, there's a little recipe he found. When did he post that? 6:37. Okay, that's another battalion. Gotcha, John. Crystal Swami. Oh, I got 2 more battalions. Show you guys what the heck I'm doing here. Got 2 more to do. Two more. Brr. Nice, this John. Thanks, John. What's an example of your best work in, say, 28 mil? I haven't done much 28 mil lately. My Zouaves, which were my very first project that I painted to sell, did them before I even did commissions. That's one of my favorites. My Austrians, my Austrian cannon and brigadiers, and my World War II stuff. But I think the Austrians were pretty good. I'm proud of those because that white is tricky to do. And I'm very happy with what I did with them. And plus the yellow paint on the cannon. I pulled that off pretty good too. You've seen those. I've showed them off numerous times. They'd be my favorites. I think I did good on them. My Sisters of Battle are coming along, but I'm not really trying to go crazy with them, but I don't know. I'd say my Austrians. My Austrian artillery and brigadiers. They turned out pretty nice. You've seen them. I miss painting them. If it wasn't for my sisters here, I'd be losing my mind. The only 28s I'm doing right now. That's right. Squirrel was going to stream today. He told me that. I told him I'd pop in over there. I forgot. I forgot his stream. Sorry, Squirrel. Squirrel posted a live stream from an hour ago. I didn't get the notification till just a few minutes ago. Yeah, notifications don't work. What a joke. If I did Napoleonics, I would do Russians nowadays. Love the green. I've got a whole core of Russians coming up again. The brand new ESR, plastic injected or whatever they are. I'm going to be doing those. Should be arriving. Actually, they should. They might even be here today. I'll have to go look. Nuts World War II? I don't think I've played it, but I think I know what it is. And the Austrians are never just white. I use a linen, slight yellow buff. For trousers, warmish white for the tunic and bright white for shoulder straps. Although I like a nice bland greatcoat. I don't even remember what I did. I never use white. Sometimes I do. I used pure white on my sister's battle's hair. James says, yeah, I like it when Austrians are more oatmeal and warm gray. Bones and grays than white. THAN, James. Terrible, terrible. Man, I'm getting hungry. Kyle will be here in a bit. I've got.
You should eat if you're getting hungry.
Yeah, if I did, you'd have to hold down the chat and keep the people happy. You'd have to tell some stories.
Oh no, I don't know.
Yep. In that case, you better stay here, Fritz. Eden can wait.
You right?
Gotcha. I like my Zouaves I did too. Remember them, John? I showed them off the other day. They were pretty good. Wasn't happy with the frock coat on the officer. My highlighting on that was silly. But yeah, they turned out good. Inspired me enough to get back into 28mm. Screw the smaller stuff. Let's base some figures.
A quick question about the spell book or the compendium browser here really quick on Foundry. It says I can sort it by levels, first, second, third, fourth, etc. Are the cantrips in there with first level spells like mixed in?
Whoops. Hold on. Okay, let me see here. Whoops, what is going on? This damn chat thing.
Some of these are weird. It'll say spell 1, and then another one will say cantrip 1, and I'm not sure if that means like like what it means.
You're on your spell page of your character sheet?
I'm on my spell page. I'm looking at the entirety of everything that's in Divine, and I'm just taking screenshots of the ones that I like. And I have it sorted in the browser, the compendium browser, by first level spells. And some of them say first level spell, and some of them say cantrip. And I just want to make sure they're not all first level spells when I'm organizing them.
So your cantrips go into your cantrips section of your spell sheet. You can cast them unlimited times. They don't take up spell slots. It's just that in your case, you have to choose which ones are prepared, which ones are on your mind for this 24-hour period. And once you've chosen them, you drag them to your spell sheet to indicate they are prepared. You can prepare up to 5 of them in your case. So,
But they are mixed in with first level spells then on the browser. Maybe I'm not being super detailed about what I mean. Hold on, let me stream my screen so you can see what I'm looking at too. So let's go down to Shield where I was at. Shield. So I was looking here under Shield, and I had just looked at Sanctuary, and to see if I open up Sanctuary, it says Spell 1 where my mouse is. But then if I just go down a couple little pegs to Shield, it says Cantrip 1. And I'm not sure if that means it's also a Spell 1, or if it's just a cantrip and it's mixed in with the rest of them.
well, when you cast a cantrip, all spells have levels, even cantrips. Now, cantrips don't really have levels, but when you cast them, they do. So the level of a cantrip is equal to 1/2 your level, your class level, rounded up. So if you're level 6, a cantrip would be automatically upgraded to level 3.
So maybe that's what it is. If I go to 3 here and look at a couple of these, maybe one will pop up. Who knows? Spell. I was thinking maybe the cantrips then are also like labeled by what level they are.
All right, so let me look at this browser you're using here. First of all, use your filters.
Right.
If you just want to look at cantrips, just make sure it's on cantrip.
There is no just cantrip button as far as I can tell. Oh, it's up here.
Yeah.
So just cantrip, then down to 1, and then that means there can be a cantrip from other levels, right? Basically,
Yeah.
like you just said.
Yeah.
Oh, see.
So
Wow,
there's a fifth level cantrip called Contagious Idea, which means effectively you can't get that cantrip until you're able to cast 5th level spells.
Gotcha. Okay, all right. And I was looking at most of these before too. That's so interesting.
Yeah, they're all kind of mixed in, but
Okay. I wasn't sure because I have it on my Pathfinder notes that I'm doing like a little chart so that I could just access that stuff. I know where everything is and everything. It's just my notes, and I had a little cantrip button, like a box, and I had all the different cantrips that are on my thing. But now that I know that they can be at different levels, I need to figure this out because that's not all the cantrips. Oh. Let me turn that off. Thank you. Now I understand.
you're welcome.
Appreciate it.
I did Napoleonics, do Russians, Nuts, Tunic, Austrians. It's okay, you can put the talkers on mute. Can you hear? Can you hear Karma? Say hello.
Hello, I'm Karma.
Yeah, they can hear you. Oh, that's strong.
As an action, what's a trigger?
Trigger is usually associated with a reaction or a readied action. It's something that makes a reaction happen. Like when you do a ready action. Let's say it's your turn. Okay, you got 3 actions and a reaction. It's your turn. Okay, I got 3 actions. I want a ready in action. It's going to cost you 2 of your actions to do this. And what it does is it gives you a reaction for later on. So when you say I'm going to ready an action, you have to describe the trigger. What is the trigger for your reaction? A perfect example is you sitting at the top of some steps and there's a chandelier in the middle of the room and it's attached to a rope and it's right in front of you. The rope is right in front of you. So what you could do, since the guards are after you, you could ready an action. What's the action? I'm going to make a strike on the rope with my sword. And what's the trigger? As soon as the guards are underneath the chandelier. Okay, so there your turn's done. You've got a readied action. As soon as the guards move under that chandelier, your reaction kicks into gear, which is a strike on the rope. You hit the rope, and then hopefully it falls on the heads of the guards. That's a trigger. You define it in this case when you do a ready action. Another trigger would be attack of opportunity, which is a reaction fighters have and some other classes have because they have the feat attack of opportunity. Basically, that's a reaction. The trigger is when somebody within reach of your weapon, which is typically 5 feet, takes a movement action or a manipulate action. That would trigger your attack of opportunity.
So the reason I asked was because I found something called a focus. I don't know if that's the same as a regular spell, but it's on my thing that I can learn here. It says trigger, an ally within range critically succeeds at a melee strike. And then apparently you can make their strike more powerful and give them the ability to shove it. The other creature.
Take this job and shove it. Dun, dun, dun.
I was just trying to figure out how exactly would that work. Is that a spell that on your turn you cast and then just in case it happens later on it's then used? Or is it something that is cast when the trigger happens?
Is it a focus spell?
Yeah.
Alright. That's a different kind of spell. They don't use slots. They use focus points.
Oh.
Some classes have focus spells that they can cast, and I think a cleric gets them too, so I'll look at that in a second. Let me move this base to the side. Pop. Let me take a look. Hey-o, Squirrel, I missed your chat. I totally forgot about it, man. I totally forgot. Iron Man mentioned it, and I said, oh, damn. I missed my buddy. Just going home all the time. I can't stand, but I'm not whip around in the morning. Hey, Squirrel, let me go over to Foundry and check out what's going on here. Alright, clerics. They should have some focus spells. I don't see them, though. Maybe you don't.
I'm using or reading one spell or focus that's called Victory Cry.
Yeah, you don't cast focus spells, so ignore them.
That's so weird. If I can't use them, why is it there?
Because you're looking at the compendium and it's full of just all spells.
Oh, I thought it was just the divine spells that I have put.
No. What you do is when you prepare spells every 24 hours, what you're typically going to do as a player, you're going to click on that spell preparation button on your spell character sheet. And what that opens, it opens a list of spells that you can drag to your character sheet. These are commonly used spells you've used already. So you don't have to search through a compendium every time to, prepare spells you've used in the past. And what you do is you drag them to your character sheet. Now, when you want to do completely other spells, new spells, what you're going to do is you're going to go to your compendium like you're doing there. You're going to put your filters on divine.
Okay.
All right, make sure they're on divine.
Yep.
And you could choose the level. Like you could say, I'm interested in a 3rd level spell. Let's just look at 3rd level spells. You'd click 3rd level, or you could add 2nd and 1st if you want, or cantrips as well you can have in there. At the very top of the filters list, you'll see one called categories. There's focus spells, which you would ignore. Ritual spells, which you could also ignore because they take a long time, sometimes days, to cast a ritual spell. They're a different type of spell. Spells, you'd probably click spells and cantrips for your categories. That's how you filter them. Like in your case, you only want divine spells because you can't cast arcane, occult, or primal.
Right.
So that once you find something in the compendium you like, either drag it to your character sheet or drag it to your spell preparation sheet, whatever you have open.
Well, I can't change my spells just yet, right? Because we have to go and...
Once every 24 hours, usually when you wake up from a sleep. You have to get sleep.
Yeah.
You need about 8 hours of sleep every day. So after you do that, that's when you're capable of changing out your spells.
And that's what I kind of wanted to look at the list for. That way I can put new spells that I've never used that I might have found at this time in that maybe when Kyle was making my character sheet thought I'd like something else and put something in. I want to swap out some stuff that I don't think are as cool for some stuff that I find that might be really neat.
Mm-hmm. Right now you're stuck with what's on your sheet.
Yes, yeah. I'm just I want to be able to save those spells, so I'm putting them into my notes so that I can find them again later on really quick.
Well, like I said, you could drag them, open up your spell preparation sheet, and you could drag them to that.
Oh, that doesn't do anything as long as I just put them on there?
Yeah, that's just your preparation. It's like a short list.
Gotcha. I didn't know if those was like my actual like prepared spells. I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at the right thing here. I have a divine prepared spells, and that's my spell sheet.
Scroll.
And then I have the browser that I've been looking on.
Yeah.
Oh, and then that's my prepared spells. Prepared spells. Wait.
Your prepared spells are what you have prepared.
This is my preparation page. This is what you're talking about. I have the same list here twice. I can add to this. I can add to this window, but not add to my actual character sheet, right?
I think you can do either or both. Your spell. Let me clarify. Your spell preparation sheet is something that's automated. The computer remembers what you drag onto your spell sheet. So all the spells listed right now on your divine prepared spell list, like Divine Lance, Forbidding Ward, Guidance, Detect Magic, Light, and then your first levels, Heal, Magic Weapon, then your second level, Warrior's Regret, and so on. Every time you drag them to your character sheet to be able to cast while playing the game, automatically go to your spell preparation sheet. Behind the scenes, the computer does that for you. And the reason it does that is to make it convenient for you, so when you prepare spells the next day, you could just click the spell preparation button. It'll open your sheet, and there's all the spells you've commonly been using all the time. Now, if you want a brand new spell that you haven't used, it's not on your spell prep list, it's not in your spell casting list, open up your browser, search for it with the filters or whatever, the name of it, whatever. And once you found it, drag it to either your spell sheet or your spell preparation sheet. I think it'll go in either one.
Gotcha. He didn't explain any of this to me. Thank you.
It's a challenge. I'm trying to figure it out myself. I'm a GM. I don't play characters. I don't look at these character sheets. Not too often. I leave it to you guys to figure it out. You'll get it figured. Take note at the bottom of your spell sheet, you also have another category called Divine Font.
I was wondering what that was.
All right, so every cleric has what's called a Divine Font. And your alignment determines what spells are contained in your Divine Font. These are bonus spells. These are additional spells you get. Now, because you serve a good deity, Ayamode, your spells are always, your Divine Font spells are always heal. They're never anything else. They're heal spells, always.
That's awesome.
So you have access to do it at this level. You have access to 2 additional heal spells every day. On top of all your other spell slots, you get these bonus slots too that can only be used with heal. Okay, so that's why it's a separate category. They'll always say heal.
Cool. Oh, so I get 2 heals no matter what, and then
Yes.
I get to choose my first, second, and third level, fourth level spells.
Right,
And that's cool. That is so neat.
right. Now, right now, your 4th level. You've gained 4th level spell slots. I just realized something here. Leave that blank. You don't have any fresh spells in there. You're good with that because you don't automatically get the spells prepared just because you leveled up in the middle of the adventure and you now have access to 4th level spells. Wouldn't make sense if you suddenly, boom, you got a bunch of spells that are 4th level that you didn't even prepare for. You just went up in level. So they should be blank right now. So the next time you prepare spells, after 24 hours and you get your sleep, you'll be able to drag spells to those that 4th level category on your sheet. So for now, leave them blank.
Gotcha. I could still. I should know what I want though for after I get sleep. So I should probably still look at them. Okay.
Yeah, there's another way to do what you're doing. Do you know how to make journal entries?
No.
All right, I'm going to show you how to make journal entries. Close all your sheets right now, your browser. Close all that. All right, clean it up there. Let's start from scratch here. I'll show you how to make journal entries real quick. This is fun stuff. Tell me when you're ready. I probably just threw all our notes off now. Shit.
Wait, did you hear me?
No.
Oh, I'm ready.
All right, so your journal directory, the directory that contains all the journals that you have access to, is found on the top right of the Foundry screen, where you see the chat and then the fist and all those little symbols. Well, one of them looks like a squirrel, a scroll. Hover your mouse over it. It'll say journal. Click it, and those are all the journal entries you have access to right now in the game. There's a few in there, like example campaign log, example stash, and so on and so forth, right?
Right.
Right. What you're going to do, you're going to click a button that says Create Journal Entry. Do you see it at the top?
See it there, yep. Name.
Right. Test is fine. And then create it. And that'll create a folder, journal entry in there that you can open up. You can double it and open it up. Only you could see it. And click Edit, and you'll be able to make any kind of notes you want to keep during the game. And one use of this is actually to drag things from the inventory or the compendium to this. So you could literally make a little reminder sheet for yourself, what spells you want
Oh my God.
to use. Just drag them
Sorry.
here.
I'm so excited. Okay. I could do this all on one window now instead of multiple windows.
Yeah. Right. There you go. Rock and roll. You're welcome.
Oh, that's so great. That.
And only you and the GM can see it, so you can keep secret notes like, oh, I've got in the back of in the forest in Otari, there's an old stump where you keep your treasure from the other players. You hide it there in an old stump. Maybe you could make a note like that, and I'd be able to see it. The other players won't know. Things like that.
Oh, so you're the only one who can see in the GM Otari locations folder? Like, you and I are the only ones who can see test right now?
Yeah, only me and you.
Interesting. So the other players can't see them, huh?
I could give permission to other players to see things if I want, but
Okay, awesome.
like the other players, they have notes here. Like Sheppy's got a notes journal. He's got a stash journal where he keeps things. I know Rachel keeps things like session notes to remind her when she does the recaps. She keeps notes in this extensive session note journal she has.
I would say it's interesting because Karma, as a character, carries around a journal.
There you go.
And I would love to make entries into that journal.
There you go.
But and if you're the only one who can see them, that makes this exceedingly effective at doing that. I like the idea. I'm gonna learn how to use this. So that's copy to clipboard. That's single page, multiple page views.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Like I
Oh,
even made one for.
Scared you, didn't he? He does it to me all the time. Hey, yeah.
Hi, Kyle.
Hi there. How y'all doing?
Pretty good. How do I edit this?
I told Jesse, don't ever come into the chat. See, when I'm streaming, I can't hear any beep or blip or any notification if somebody enters the chat. And I told Jesse, I've had Kyle scare the hell out of me. I've had Rachel scare me. I've had Dizzy scare me a couple times. You people sneak in here and scare the hell out of me while I'm painting. Just there's one thing don't ever do, and I'm serious about this. Don't ever come in here and just sit quiet and then all of a sudden... That would be a disaster for me. I might actually have a heart attack live on the stream. Don't do that.
My God.
It'd be terrible. I'm telling you. Don't do it, Kyle. I know you. Exactamundo.
Yep. Don't worry about it. I got you. But yeah, Karma, use the journal entries. That's what I use them for. Is like special things, like bits of my character that I only want to make with Fritz. Certain aspect, or I actually think I even have one that's with just different actions. So not hard. It's quite a nice feature to use.
Fritz, don't you dare have a heart attack on me.
Oh, Dizzy. There she is.
If you have a heart attack, we're going to have an issue.
Yep, that'll be the end of me. No more. Live. It would be live, too. It would be terrible. That's the end. Yep.
And I'd be the one permanently blamed for it.
Well, it depends on who did it. I know Kyle. He likes to do things like that. I gotta watch him. Jesse, I don't know. He might do it too, just to get a good laugh. How you doing, Dizzy?
Not that bad.
How you doing, Dizzy?
Been doing okay. Kind of slammed my hand off of my one door, so I kind of bruised my knuckles a little bit.
Yow.
Yeah, I don't have any new updates yet on the job, so we're still waiting.
Okay. Keep faith alive. Keep hope alive. That'll be good for you.
Hey, Gal. Hey, Karma.
Blue, orange,
Well, that
purple.
Didn't do it actually. Darn it.
So yeah, folks, we got Dizzy, we got Karma, we got Kyle. We're ready
Wait,
for another
you-
session.
Wait, Fritz, did you just say we have caramel here?
Caramel.
I have a hard time with names, you know that. Karma, for some reason, is a name I take pause every time I think of saying her name. What is her name? Carmel? Carmage? Carmen? Oh, Karma. I don't know what it is. It just throws
I was
me
gonna
off.
say, where's the caramel at? I'm looking for it now.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. This is so weird. But I can make links to specific spells by dragging them into open
yeah, just copy and
pages.
paste.
That's pretty awesome, isn't it, Carmel?
Yeah.
But I unfortunately have to bow back out because I'm still getting my son ready for school since he's starting on Fridays. So we're still trying to get everything ready like crazy.
All right, Dizzy. We'll be here. Get things done and hang in there.
Hang in there. See you later.
I just-
We'll see if his school doesn't drive me insane first.
Fingers crossed.
we
Catch you
all get
later.
insane.
See ya, Dizzy. Dizzy's living on the edge there. Go ahead, Kyle. What'd you say?
Well, that, Fritz. So what you working on now? Sorry, I kind of had to step away and take the ant home.
Finishing up the battalions. Got one more to put together. And then I got to paint that sword. Don't forget to remind me.
Yes.
I will forget.
Oh, so it's like the cover of a book, and you put all the pages. Okay. This is interesting the way they have it set up because I have to make a new page for everything, but it shows up if I go down like the list on the side.
Yeah, it actually makes like an itemized list for you.
Yeah.
Oh my, Fritz. Stop what you do. We have a guest outside of Karma. We have the one, the only, the mighty James with us. And of course, we have the Karma, which is the A team. I'm just the B team here.
Only because you don't show your face.
No, it's not that.
Cameras. Cameras are fun.
Only because I can't clamp mine eyes upon thy visage.
I can bring my VTuber back out.
That's cool. I like that.
Like I said, I'm disgusted, but also Fritz needs to return my copy of Senior Administrative Nurses 9. Because I need it back.
Yeah, noted.
No, but y'all are the A team. I'm just the lackey that hangs around.
No, you're the
The
co-host.
lackey.
You're a regular, Kyle. You are the co-host.
You're not lucky.
You're one of the pillars of the community here, for sure. That goes without saying. So, boom. Kyle
You're
Meister.
exercising attractive force by like being here. You know?
Oh, it's tough, guys. It's tough some days. Try to be positive.
Oh, sure. I mean, you know what? The hardest thing for me this week has actually just been getting started, but I'm feeling a little bit more. Like, it always takes me until about Tuesday, Wednesday of a week. And then I'm like, right, I'm getting out, I'm doing exercise, I'm getting stuff done. When I get sick of myself, that's when I start to start to get moving.
Yeah, but you can't get sick of yourself. You know that's what we're here for.
There's a tractor in my field behind me somewhere. Let's see if I can get him in shot.
There you
There
go.
he is. Doing the graph.
I see him. Was that a zero
Yeah.
turn? Little zero turn whipping around, or is that a legit tractor?
Oh, it's a small one. Yeah, like it's like a little council one for like keeping this football field going because it gets a lot of action.
Yes, it does.
Every day, people are playing cricket, soccer, mostly cricket and soccer. That seems to be the two big ones.
Cricket and soccer.
Hmm.
Cricket, you say? Now,
Yeah, cricket
that's that
being
game
like,
where you punt crickets back and forth, right?
yeah, of course. Cricket, like, probably because we have a lot of like
Good one. Good
Indian people in this area, and soccer is like more like a kind of a European thing. Like a lot of the guys from the former Yugoslavia, like in Australia, kind of made it a big thing, and it always used to be just kind of a sport you'd play if you were like the Greek kid or the Italian kid in the class. Like, it's huge now. It's so big now here. You know?
I know. I was just kind of being a butt and trying to make a snarky comment.
Well, I know Americans are a bit funny about soccer because it like hasn't taken off yet, but it'll take off. Like, it'll take off. It has that kind of weird effect. Like,
It's been 50 years. It hasn't taken off. It ain't gonna.
I just don't like the scoring system. That's about the only thing I have grief with.
3-hour
But I'm
long
not.
game. 3-hour long game, and the score might be 1-0,
Yeah.
2-0, 3-2. That's probably pretty good actually. But there's not enough scoring in the game. That's the problem. They had that problem with hockey, ice hockey, and they changed some rules
I never
around to make
felt-
scoring games more high scoring.
I never felt huge pressure to like pretend to be massively into sport, but I do like rugby and cricket a little bit.
You do.
We liked American sports at school. That was like much more trendy, you know. Like,
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
all of
Combat
my
sports.
uncles played basketball back in the 70s, and you know, really kind of helped drive it. Even my mum played basketball. She was like pushing 6 feet, so
Wow.
Oh, I love me some football. Put them pads on, you get that nice crisp fall morning there. Put them pads on. Oh yeah, it's time to crack them.
yeah, we used to go watch American football games. Like, they'd have them here, out at the Olympic Stadium on a Friday night. I went to a few of those. It was fun. I'm not a big sports guy though. I just like having it on in the background is nice. It's more like that than I don't really understand what's going on half the time. You know, especially
like certain
cricket. Forget about it. Cricket is like they play like a 5-day test. My friend's son always used to come in and ask who's winning, and it was like the big joke in the family. It's just not even how it works. It's like so many out for this many balls played, like over this many days. It can change.
I like a few games, but the bulk of it, I don't pay that much attention to. Really, I mean, I watch a few like high stakes football games every year, and that's about as far as I go with it. Yeah, like I'll watch a Michigan and Ohio State, or the Ohio State Penn State game, or something like that. You know.
Yeah.
Sports
You gotta
ball.
be
Yeah, I had a friend. He had a lot of American. He was like a DJ guy, and he had a lot of American friends. And his best friend was this African American dude called James. So like, I'd go over and like hang out with those two and watch the game with them, like on Super Bowl night. And I was like, this is so weird. Like, we're in Australia, but like, guess we're not. Like,
Yeah, but I gotta be careful how I'm saying that because Fritz is Pennsylvania, so I gotta watch how I phrase that. I'm kind of don't root for Penn State right now.
Oh,
I used to live in
that's fine
Melbourne,
with me.
and
I'm not a football fan.
I used to live in Melbourne, and they have a different code for football.
Combat
like,
sports.
leading
That's
down there.
my
Like,
thing.
They play Australian rules football, which is like much more I don't know. People jokingly call it aerial ping pong because like they jump so high. They jump like 12 feet in the air to catch the ball. It's crazy.
That's exciting to watch. I like Australian rules football. I like that.
Yeah.
Rugby.
It's really popular in the rest of the country, except it was like never big in my state. Like, but when I lived in Melbourne, people were obsessed with it and like what team you're on, and you know, all of that. There was a big class thing behind the teams as well. Like, if you were Hawthorn, it's like the fancy part of the city, the south side, you know, old money. If you were Collingwood, you were with the rabble, you know.
A mother rabble.
The hillbillies from the city, the center of the city.
That's me.
But yeah, I'm terrible at pretending to be interested in sports. It's like for years I grew up in Australia undercover, the most sports obsessed nation on earth, and like I just don't care that much. Like for years I didn't drink beer either. It's like, can you imagine what life was like? You don't drink beer, you don't watch sport. What do you do?
The beer was kind of always there for me, but you know, I've gone real good. I've gone.
Like, I might as well have been wearing a pink ballet dress, like by not being into sport or drinking beer. Like I was cruising for a bruising back in those days.
I think I've gone 6 weeks without a drink.
Oh, I drink so infrequently. Like I find alcohol kind of just puts me to sleep. So I have like one, and then I go to bed.
Well,
you know,
that's
like
kinda
with
how I used
with
it
dinner.
for a while, was just to sleep. But I was having just a little bit more than a one.
Ree doesn't even like. Ree used to go out. Like she still goes out to a lot of gigs, like to watch bands and stuff. But she just has like a spirit when she's out, and kind of just enjoys the buzz of that, because like we're just old now. Just like sometimes, like when we cook dinner, like we'll split a beer, like 50
Wow.
beers, like
Splitting
like,
a beer?
That's it.
Drop a shot of that and make yourself a Boilermaker.
Cripes.
There's always someone suggesting shots, isn't there? That's the person that makes the night go off the rails. Is when one person says, "Oh, let's do shots," and you're like, "Sure, that sounds like a good idea," and then like an hour later, you're throwing up in a taxi.
Oh no! Like pour your beer like into a tall glass, and then get you a shot glass of preferably whiskey. Drop the shot in the beer, and then suck it down.
I'm such a milk toast. I like 50% beer, 50% lemonade, and I even put ice in my beer.
That's not unusual. That's
Yeah.
actually not the most unusual thing I've ever heard. So you're all good.
Half beer, half lemonade is nice. It's like good on a hot
Kinda
day.
like a twisted tea, then.
Because if you drink, like, it's tempting to drink like cold beer on a hot day. That's when it's best, right? But then you drink it and you're like, I'm drinking during the day and I feel like death. You know, it's like 2:00 in the afternoon and I'm already tired and emotional. What the hell?
Oh my, Carmen, he's getting tired and emotional.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Everything okay? I kind of like zoned out there for a second. Who's tired and emotional?
James.
Yeah, it's a euphemism for drunk. He got tired and emotional.
I've never heard that before. I'm sorry.
You should use it.
I'm totally
I'm always
going-
trying to push the Australian vernacular everywhere I go. But yeah, not being into sport or drinking beer in this country sucks. You might as well be a communist.
Well, you're not a communist to us.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I would play the Soviets in any World War II game though. Just Zergrush the other guys.
long as you ain't playing Germans, we're good.
Well, I think it's okay to play Germans. There was a whole controversy over, like, it was kind of a manufactured controversy. And, like, I won't turn it into a rant or a political thing, but this guy was kind of angling for, like, oh, does it imply that you're, like, sympathetic to the Nazis if you play as the Nazis? And it's like, obviously not, because, like, if you're going to play a historical war game, someone has to play the Germans, right? And there are reasons to play the Germans that have nothing to do with ideology whatsoever, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, this guy was kind of insinuating that anybody who does do that, like, is automatically a Nazi. And even though I have met people who are kind of, like, maybe a bit too into it, like, you know, you're like, kind of dropped a few weird comments, like, what the hell? Like,
Yeah.
you do very rarely meet people like that, but it's not even a common thing in World War II gaming. And it was just funny because he was kind of complaining about this, but then he had an ad for World of Warships in his video. So it was just like, it just undermined the whole thesis, and he got roasted. Like, it just really, he was trying to land a punch on historical wargaming, and it just didn't work out. It just didn't work out.
And for what it, I mean, you know, his angle was completely wrong.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, if I was playing Germans, I probably wouldn't paint the whole insignia. You know, like, not for any particular reason other than I'm lazy. I probably wouldn't paint SS, like, I wouldn't have SS in my army because I just don't. I find them creepy rather than interesting. But when it comes to, like, the Wehrmacht and, like, the tanks and tech and stuff, it's quite interesting. You know, so I mean, I play as Space Marines. I don't identify with the philosophy of Space Marines. You know.
No, and that's really kind of what's, you know, the most irritating part is people assume because, you know, like, we play a certain faction. It's the same way in tabletop or in the online gaming, and even Karma can tell you this. How many times did we used to get flack because, oh, well, we're playing this race, so you guys must feel this way, and it's completely not true. Like, I play a race that I personally enjoy or that I personally have a connection with. You know, like, for me, I've always kind of been the human and dwarf guy. That's kind of always been me. And
that's always a solid foundation to build a party. Anyway, like, if you want to last, I mean, I know you like the kind of tanky characters that kind of go in and brawl. I can kind of relate to that. Nice, straightforward. You know, lead the party into combat. Like, you gotta have at least one of those in your party. At least one, preferably two, right?
well, we actually have two now, James, and we are definitely starting to hit our stride, aren't we, Karma? I think last session's combat could have been a lot worse if we didn't have everybody sort of, you know, like, even Cypher went up and what was helping in front line. Of course, Karma's doing fantastic.
We had basically everything that we needed in one party, which was someone in the back doing the back damage things. I don't play back damage characters. And then and then you have, like, two people in the front, one person, like, taking the front and, like, having the shield, and the other person hitting it really hard. And then you had me in the center, and I just threw out a heal or two every once in a while. And everyone else did everything amazing.
When you say throw out a heal, you mean repair the injuries of party members, not literally throw a shoe, right?
Right,
Like,
correct.
Yeah.
Throw a shoe.
That's not your character's special ability, is like shoe chucking.
Holy shoe attack.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Hey, there is an ability called Channel Smite, so maybe for that, like Karma takes off her boots and just
Oh my god!
stings and
I can make a spirit weapon. Can it be the shape of a shoe, like with a really pointed heel?
now that you'll have to ask Fritz. That I'm not sure.
You're really a healer.
Yeah, but that one you will have to ask Fritz on. I'm not sure about that.
I don't know if I want to know, but I definitely am curious.
I like rangers and clerics because they're kind of a little bit of both. They're like the middle line, you know?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because Karma's playing a war priest cleric, and what she's doing, you know, it's kind of like the same with Dis's champion. You know, they're not, and I hate saying this, I really do, because I don't want anybody to feel like they're not doing a good job. But they're not frontline tanks. They're not going to stand there and take a beating like, you know, a fighter can.
I'm gonna put out a little tiny bit of damage at a time, and if I put out a little bit of tiny damage at a time, it usually comes with and because it's like a runic weapon that's sitting there hitting it at a distance or whatever, or like, yeah, I'm not anywhere near that monster. I'm over here for when you guys need to be repaired.
Yeah, but that's kind of not what I'm, you know, like I really hate describing it that way because it makes it sound like people aren't doing their jobs, but in reality they're probably doing their jobs a lot better than I am. Like, all I'm doing is standing there dying. That's my job.
It sound more like makes it sound more like Formula One, where like the characters stop off for a pit stop and Karma's there and she's got a towel and a bottle of water and she's like, all right, Chief, you got this. Go back in there.
Yeah, like she's our moral support.
Trying to get earlier or something.
Yeah.
Apparently,
Yeah, she's just standing around a whole stack of tires, like, you know, with some Gatorade and like.
So apparently, on the topic of this, literally earlier, I was looking at a spell that was focus based, so I can't use it, and I learned about that. But it said that whenever you have an ally critical attack or something along those lines, you get to boost their attack and give them the chance to shove the enemy while I think it's called Victory Cry. It's like a triggered by when you roll a well or whatever. I said, oh my god, that was so cool. I want to know where that comes from because that's exactly what I want to do.
Do you have a favorite like tribe or species or kind of people that you like to play as? Like, are you an elf person or a gnome person?
I go lean towards more human types, but I will occasionally play things like half elves or Bretons or something like that.
Cool.
It's like elf leaning human.
Yeah. Brett, she wants a divine weapon in the shape of a shoe with a large pointy end.
I like elves and halflings a lot. I've got a real soft spot for halflings. I kind of relate. Halfling is the fantasy character that I relate to. Even though I'm like pretty big fella, like a pretty like tall and chunky, the halfling lifestyle I approve of.
Well, I mean, I actually played I never played any other race except for human until I got in this campaign, and then I started playing a dwarf, Arthurian, and actually, I was really kind of standoffish, like, it's a dwarf, I've got to do all these different things, like I can't say this thing now, I've got to do this, but it was really kind of cool how Fritz kind of sat me down because I was like, Fritz, I would like to try a dwarf, because they're short and stout, kind of like the perfect tanks. And Fritz was like, okay, well, how about you role play it like this, but take it and then maybe he's been around humans a lot, so he picks up the human idiosyncrasies and stuff like that. So in a way, I kind of role played a dwarf as a human. Slightly, and it was actually a lot of fun.
The interesting thing about some games is that they're like really inescapably written from a human perspective. Like Beckme, like the second D&D, I guess you'd call it. I mean, people will debate that even, but I really like that setting and I really like those rules. But it is kind of interesting how if you play a dwarf or an elf or whatever, you're kind of playing that in a very human-centric world. And even 40k, like the whole story of 40k is really like, in a way, like it's about, you know, a human-centric galaxy or a human-centric universe, and they take it to such a like extreme conclusion because like a lot of the species they interact with are like quite aggressive, but you know, they also wiped out a whole bunch of life forms as well. There's kind of like an undercurrent of like, you know, if the humans have invaded the galaxy, you know, and they decided they didn't like. It's like they decided they didn't like it.
But you know that's really kind of cool though. So yeah,
it is. It is. It's like they,
nice.
you know, in 40k, the humans stared deep into the beauty of the endless cosmos and decided they hated it.
So they launched an invasion.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool though. But yeah, definitely was a kind of a shock to me for the first time that I actually played Arthurian, and I think that even Fritz can tell you this. Like, I was kind of really timid about playing Arthurian. I didn't know how to roleplay a dwarf. I had no clue. I was a human guy.
I think elves are very, very difficult to play because, like, some interpretations of what an elf is like very alien. You know what I mean? Like their perception of time is different.
Right, yeah.
You know, like, they might take something very, you know, lightly, like the death of a party member, but they might break down over like a tree being destroyed. You know, like they're kind of their psychology strikes me as being really different, like and full of like interesting contradictions. You know, like elves don't necessarily make sense, and that's what's intriguing about them.
Right, yeah.
And you know, in many different laws, they kind of like are in a state of like fallen grace. You know, like there was a time in their history where they were the dominant power, and you know, they became fat off their success and corrupted and, you know, kind of complacent, and they lost it all. And now they occupy this kind of, you know, almost kind of mystical position in a really human-oriented world. That's like really common. So, you know, getting into the psychology of playing something that's not human is like, strikes me as being really challenging. It's like, how do you come across as like having a different set of like values and ideas, some of them very contradictory, without just being really stilted and not cooperating with the party? You know, there has to be an element of that kind of weird notes, right? Like notes that don't belong there, that remind you that this creature is like different and built different, but you know, they're still along for the ride and they're still there to support you. You know, they're bridging that gap.
Yeah, they're still helping out and doing the job, so to speak.
I imagine that the elves are kind of like the way that the Greeks or the Romans might have viewed the ancient Egyptians, you know, the OGs.
That's actually a really interesting analogy there.
It's like,
Yes,
here's
sure.
the original, here's the original center of civilization, and decadence undermined it, and you know, knowledge became a liability.
Yeah. Yes, it did.
Without ancestral wisdom.
Once again, you have to take the lessons of your elders and use them.
But yeah, I always think of elves as being very conflicted, and you know, very, very sensitive to things that people might think are minor, and almost kind of completely ignorant of everyday human emotion and timescales and lifespan and stuff like that. Although, in my setting, elves would not be immortal or thousands of years old. They would just live considerably longer than humans, you know?
Yeah.
We were talking about 40k lore earlier, and I didn't know, but there's like a weird, like Rubuta Gilliman, like the leading, you know, the de facto emperor, I guess you would call him in a way, because he's got like such a foothold in managing affairs. You know, the kind of, now that the Imperium is in this kind of weird Byzantine era where there's like 3 or 4 different centers of power. Apparently he's like acknowledged through like research or like scholarly inquiry that the entire timeline of like M41 is screwed up and that someone is messing with time. And that's great. I'm like, thank you for cutting me from the bonds of like feeling like I have to adhere to any sort of law rules, any combination of enemies. Great. Any combination of allies, because I was going to do it anyway.
Did you watch that video yet? It's an hour long. I don't think you did.
No, I've been on here the whole time. I mean, I've been doing... Every day I tidy this house like a good Cinderella.
House
I
husband.
vacuum. I wipe down the surfaces. I do the leaves. I put
House
on some
husband in the
laundry.
making.
Yeah, I've got to earn my keep, man.
You do.
You know. So yeah, it also kind of helps me stretch out and makes me feel like I'm actually contributing something rather than sitting
Well, I'll
around
tell you,
moaning going.
That video is really good. It really goes into the lore deep. I mean, it's specifically the Adeptus Sororitas, but he covers it so well. It's really covering the whole history of the Imperium from the very beginning, 30k on up. The founding of the sisters, the Golden Boys are brought in. They're really good.
He's a great lore source. I like Voldemort as well because he kind of reads in the first person.
Yeah, I saw this video.
But
too.
yeah, Space Marines are kind of supposed to be like, they're kind of full of themselves, dude. Like they're, you know, just one of many shadow governments in the Imperium. Like,
yep.
And you know, the problem with Space Marines is that they have this ridiculously long lifespan and memory, access to all the good tech, and they don't have anything resembling like a normal human personal life or alliances or anything like that. So, of course, they're addicted to power.
What else is there? I mean, they don't have a normal social
There's nothing.
life.
They don't, you know, they don't have wives and children. They don't even have a lot of free time or ordinary friendships. Like, you know, they don't have, you know, most of them are disconnected from their families. They just have loyalty to the entity itself. And a lot of time to sit out there in the void thinking about how, you know, the Munitorium done me wrong. Yeah, there's like a little bit of like, it's like, you know, people overuse like fascism as like an insult or a bogeyman, but I would say that the Space Marines are kind of a bit of a fascist death cult, and they clearly, like, there's clearly a division between, I wouldn't say they're all atheists, but I would say that some chapters are like very hard science. This is all a ritual. This is about power, you know. I think the Black Templars believe, they just don't know why they believe. You know?
I think Kyle would like the Black Templars. They're very much like a feudal era knighthood order.
Well, they're one of the best. They're one of the best chapters. Like,
Well,
they're
whatever.
just Space Marines.
I don't know about
They
that.
are. They look good. They look good.
All right.
I don't care about the lore of Space Marines because most of it is like so interchangeable like half the like salamanders, meh, wine scars, meh. It's like Dark Angels and Blood Angels. Yeah, you could have made one chapter out of that. I don't even think there should be more than one Space Marine list. And I play Space Marine, so free up a lot of brain power to do other things.
Well, there's only 1,000 chapters, and 1,000 Space Marines each. That's not many. That is a tiny fraction in a universe with billions of worlds.
It's like even the space wolf, like there's a bit of weird repetition there with the Blood Angels and their kind of condition, and that's all. I think Dark Angels kind of smoke both of those chapters. Crimson Fist smoke Ultramarines, little pansy boys.
What you working on now, Fritz?
Nothing. I'm just sitting here listening.
Nothing, he say.
Nada. I finished.
Did you see that in the chat there, Fritz?
I have to let them dry. In the
That
chat,
is 48 points of damage, and that's not even max damage.
that's pretty good.
Is that your character name? Max Damage.
Yeah.
Max damage. I like it.
Max damage, and then he dies.
It's good for a pulp game, I think. Like, hello, I'm Max Damage.
Max
Like a Knight
damage.
Rider style pulp game.
Max damage. I like it. Max damage.
I'm gonna be adding to the pulp figure collection soon. Got my eye on a few things. Artisan designs, metal, sort of some interwar and Edwardian stuff.
Edwardian. Edwardian. Yes.
Yeah, like a kind of
Let's not forget Ed.
English detectives and archaeologists and tomb robbers and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. The pulpy stuff.
Yeah, I love the pulpy stuff. The prices aren't too bad either. It's like usually about £2 or £3 per metal figure, which is like $5 or $6 here. It's like same as Games Workshop, and I'm not going to be buying that many. I'll be buying like 15.
What happens if I select a bunch of tokens and click this? Oh, it only showed him. Alright, that didn't work. Let's roll some dice. Let's make a perception check for everybody.
I could go through my pulp collection right now if you like. Show you some pulp figures.
Let's see some pulp figures.
Take an inventory. I'll make coffee first. So you keep rolling dice. And I'll have a nice little caffeine boost. I'll mute myself just in case Max is listening. I know the sound of the espresso machine terrifies him.
Yeah, terrifies. Put his head through the wall. Yeah, I gotta let those figures dry. I just super glued them, so I can't do much with them now. So I gotta wait.
How long does it normally take that glue to dry?
Super glue? I usually wait a day just because it's convenient, but I could probably, before the end of the evening here, I think I might paint the bases black a little bit because the metal's showing through. Hopefully it's dry by then.
Okay.
Then tomorrow I'll spackle the bases, I think. That'll definitely take a day to dry. And then we give them the dip, which definitely takes another day to dry. So by, what is it? Is it Monday or Tuesday? It's Tuesday.
Today's Tuesday.
So hopefully by Friday they'll be done. I'll flock the bases at the end of the week and they'll be done. Shoot some video, take some pictures, pack them up to ship, and get them out here by early next week. Oh,
Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am.
yep. Those 6 bases of infantry, along with all the cavalry and artillery that I did last month. You remember those?
Yes, sir. Right, Fritz, let's put our Pathfinder hats on here for a minute.
Here we go. What do you want to look at? James wants to show off his stuff first, but what do you want to do?
I just linked it in the chat.
You'll go fast. I'm making coffee.
Battle cry. This is... What is this, a feat or what?
Feet. Yep.
Level 7 feat, battle cry. When you roll initiative, you can yell a mighty battle cry and demoralize, that's an action, an observed foe as a free action. If you're legendary in intimidation, which you have to be, what, level 17 to be legendary? Something like that. If you're legendary, you can use a reaction to demoralize your foe when you critically succeed at an attack roll.
So how would this work? Would I roll the demoralize first and then my initiative, or would I roll my initiative and then the battle cry?
Well, I have to look at battle cry. It's not showing me the information I need here. So let me look it up. Hopefully it's in the core book. Well, let me go to the compendium and find it. Battle cry. It's a feat. Let's open it up. Alright, it's a 7th level feat. It's general, skill, and common. Prerequisites, you have to be a master in intimidation. Okay.
I am.
Well, there's no separate action associated with it. It's passive, basically. So, what happens is when you roll your initiative, start a combat, role play, giving out a mighty battle cry, mention it, in other words, say, I'm screaming about the name of my gods, the angry gods, as I rush into the battle. So immediately make it demoralize at an observed foe. Right before combat begins, you're going to roll this to demoralize somebody right from the get-go. So that when you roll your initiative, you also roll this.
Okay, so do them both. Gotcha.
Yeah, just make it a point to say you're doing it and describe it, and yeah.
I think it's something different. I mean, it's
Yeah, it's great, man.
certainly cool.
Grab it. Roll anything that enhances role play and narrative and descriptive, do it. I give bonuses for that kind of stuff. You know that.
Yeah, but I don't want to, really go pushing the envelope too much there.
You're fine. That's for me to decide. Don't you worry about it. Okay, let's take a look at James's outdoor spectacles. Hi, James. Where's the pulps?
I'll show you in a minute.
All
I
right.
thought you guys were doing mechanical stuff.
Now we're done.
Oh, okay.
At least I am. Kyle's still going at it here. Demoralize.
Enjoy the helicopter.
Let's see if I click on him and make it demoralize. Yeah.
What I was going to say yesterday about the 40k rules and people saying that they were broken and stuff like that, and flyers and whatnot. From my point of view, a 28 mil war game, flyers should behave in the kind of spectrum of like helicopters, effectively, rather than being like fighter jets or bombers or anything. That should be more like an effect at that level, because those things don't swoop over the battlefield like at that depth, like ever. you know, the flyers should be like oriented around like close support and like troop carrying. They should behave more like skimmers. They should just kind of combine that category
Yeah.
somehow.
You know, that's your historical, realistic side coming out. When it comes down
Maybe.
to it, you know
Yeah, I
this.
think
You know
so.
this. 40K is all about painting up cool models and putting them on the table. That's all.
Mm.
We'll
No,
try
it's
and make
about
sense.
buying them.
You can bring them down.
It's about buying them, waiting over them, thinking about them, dreaming about them, going to bed listening to lore videos.
Yep, that's all it is. That's what I did last night. Damn.
Yeah.
I actually dreamt about Sisters of Battle last night. After I watched that, I was dreaming of Sisters of Battle. Nothing crazy, but yeah. I went to bed with it and I woke up dreaming about Sisters of Battle. Stupid though, I was in a game and it was a game like Foundry. You know, I was role playing a Sister of Battle, I guess. I don't know what the hell it was, but yeah, that's what I was dreaming. Weird.
Did you have a mop on your head?
Of course I didn't. It was well cut, well trimmed, and white, gloriously white.
Cosplay a Sister of Battle, but it's just like draw the armor on like a sandwich board and put a mop on my head and be like, yep, I'm here for the convention.
Here's something, Kyle, I noticed. You could target. I used that demoralized battle cry thing. I targeted Valafor, and then I rolled the battle cry thing, and it targeted him.
Okay.
So you could target with things other than just attacks, maybe heal spells as well. That's pretty cool. Targeting. So in a combat, you could target like the monster at the very beginning of initiative. Say you're doing battle cry, and then click on that button there that rolls demoralize, and it'll automatically try to demoralize that target. That's cool.
Heal spells. Who throws a shoe?
do that?
That really hurt. Pulp time.
Pulp, folks, pulp.
Pulpy pulp goodness. Bet you have to dig through like a mountain of fantasy metal to find it.
Take your time. Get them all lined up on the desk.
The Yorkshire gamer says you shouldn't do the same period in more than one scale. And I'm like, but fantasy gaming is not a period.
This is true.
You know, I'm like, technically, sure, but I don't recall any time called fantasy. Anyway. Move my ammo case. Aha! Whoa, a couple of tubs here. Star Steampunk, The Mummy.
Yeah. The Mummy. We could have used one of those last week.
Some Rangers for Rangers of Shadow Deep.
Nice.
Hey, now that's my jam.
There you go.
Oh, I kill to play another game of Rangers of Shadow Deep.
Why don't you collect the models for it and play it in miniature?
Some Clerics for Rangers of Shadow Deep.
That's a good idea, Kyle. It's solo. You could play with your own little tabletop and painted miniatures.
Here are some hooded cultists with Tommy gun.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here is a resin halfling general that I got from TT Combat on foot.
Halflings. Always good to have in the collection.
Weird villains, so like mad scientist, Nazi doctor, you know, banana thief. I don't know. Some Kings of War characters here. I've got a Ratkin assassin.
Nice, nice.
Some Sky Pirates. Crash Connors, Gyro Raiders.
Nice.
Lister popped open. This is a Metal Kings of War one. And this is an Abyssal Dwarf Sorcerer. Which I will pop back in. There he is.
I could use one of those.
Yeah, you could use one of those.
The old Abyssal?
You should print one.
Yeah, that's true. Can't
Rock
forget that.
Dwarf Ranger. He's got a little gun there. Riverguard Captain for Trident Realm.
Okay.
You can take Riverguard in the Wood Elf faction, by the way.
That's right, I remember.
Some sci-fi objectives from Terrain Crate.
Nice.
This was $8, and I got like heaps in here.
Nice.
A Basilean Sorcerer.
Nice, nice. Little wizard. Spellcaster.
Metal Elf Officer. I
Okay.
think you've got this guy.
Looks familiar. I think I do too.
Yeah. Some more pop guys. Are in that iron bag. More Kings of War. Oh, this is like a sexy vampire lady with a double-handed sword.
That's nice. I like it.
Grave Wraith.
Grave Rake?
Reef Metal.
Grave Rake? A bunch of Grave Rake unit?
Yeah.
Nice.
Dalton Krieg, Adventurer.
There he is. Who's the maker of that?
Reaper.
Reaper. Yeah, I recognize it. Nice.
And Terrain Crate Ancient Column.
Okay, useful.
Which I know this is bad, but I may make a cast of these. Like, why not, right?
Mm-hmm.
Christina the Devout, lady cleric.
Nice. I love Reaper miniatures.
Yeah. Basilean Bolt Thrower.
Okay.
Kind of like the good boy human. They're the Ultramarines, basically.
The Basileans. Army of Paladins.
Yeah. Yeah. Abyssal Dwarf, Fire, or Flamethrower in resin.
I need one of those.
Yeah, you do need one. You know there's a rocket launcher on the sprue, right?
There's a rocket launcher on the sprue?
Yeah, if you look at the Abyssal Dwarf sprue, there's a rocket launcher and there's like Mastiff dogs and all kinds of crazy stuff.
I know I saw the dogs. I'll have to look again for the little rockets. Huh. That's good.
I actually ended up with 2 sorcerers. Don't ask me how.
Okay.
They're resin, they're cheap. This is a special character. He's a Dwarf Ranger. Hernius the Hunter.
Hey, now.
Yeah. Looks like the iconic in Pathfinder, the Ranger. He's a dwarf.
I don't know
ranger.
why I bought this, but I just thought it was really cool. The Well of Doom.
Mm-hmm. Those tentacles?
Yeah,
Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
yeah. Just plug them in and glue them down. And a Bethalian Wizard.
With a bent. He's got a bent.
Oh, just hot water that. That's easy.
Oh, are those the plastic ones?
No, this is a metal one.
Yeah.
But hot water will help me straighten it out.
No, I just
easily.
bend it.
Mm.
Screw
I
the hot
heat
water,
it
just
up.
bend it.
No, I always heat it up first. That way it
Oh.
doesn't break.
All right, Mr. Fancy Pants.
Yeah. Basilian Priest.
Yep. Now, are they resin or
And,
metal? Are they resin or metal?
He's metal, and this guy's metal too. He's like an old Basilian special character riding a lion.
Nice.
Yeah, which I thought was pretty good. So you can tell I like my clerics and paladins and rangers. Those are kind of my main gems. So that's one box.
This is like your whole collection. I thought we were looking at pulp. Seen a lot of Kings
Yeah,
of
well,
Wars crop up.
There's pulp mixed in here. Like I have to go through it to find.
You do. You do.
Good. Haven't even shown you like my Knowles' stuff, which is growing. The WizKids ones, which I actually quite like. I think they're pretty good for the money. I actually prefer them to Reaper Bones, even though the plastic is quite similar. And I've made my peace with that kind of plastic anyway. Like you just, when I give them a good rinse in like warm water, I just cut the mold lines off with the sharpest possible knife immediately after drying them off. Like that's all you can do. Otherwise, you can spend a nice scratching fur off. You know.
I think that's a good idea, Kyle. A good introduction to miniatures gaming for you would be Rangers of Shadow Deep. Because that is actually a miniatures game.
Yeah, or 5 Leagues from the Borderlands, which is kind of similar.
Well, let's not confuse him. One thing at a time. He knows how to play Rangers of Shadow Deep. It's a solo game for miniatures and terrain that you could easily collect for, paint, and play. Solo. Right there.
I'm actually leaning toward that as kind of my first set, since I already know how to play Rangers. It's been a while.
The Wargamer Seventh Son, he normally does mostly historicals, but he's just getting into that and started painting and doing a campaign for it, so you can kind of follow along and see him doing that. He does a very nice job.
Do you have the rule book,
Look
Kyle?
at that.
Do you have the rule
I
book?
have the PDF version, yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right. Well, there you go. There's a start.
Because I love
Well,
playing Rangers or Shadow Deep on Roll20. That was awesome.
High Elf Wizard.
Oh, that's nice. I like it.
Yeah, he's lovely. He's High Elf, but I usually paint everything Wood Elf. I can't help it. Oh, this is one of my favorite of all time, and I had it, I lost it, and I bought it again. The Egyptian Sorceress, bare-breasted.
Nice.
I'm gonna paint her skin as like black as night, with like ebony highlights.
Okay.
She will look beautiful.
She will.
Abyssal Dwarf Slave Driver in metal.
Ah, gotta have him.
Get away.
The evil abyssal dwarves.
Elven Sorceress with a book and a flame while her hand's on fire. So she's trying to keep them separate.
Produce flame.
Fire.
Nice.
This guy's a beast. Orc Tundra Stalker. Look at
Wow.
the size of this boy.
Holy crap.
He is big. Nice.
This is an unusual one. Elf Necromancer.
Ooh, that's a different take.
Nice.
Elf Sniper.
Oh yeah.
You know I love my rangers, man. Half-orc pirate with a pistol and a
Okay,
do-rag in his game.
Nice.
Yar. Yeah.
Yar.
Oh, another TT combat one. This time it's a halfling fire wizard. And he's got a little bit of a touch of the old Empire fire wizard
Yep, I could see it.
about him. Yeah. Which I really liked. Gnome sorcerer. I got this guy because he looked so halfling that it was just, pretty obvious.
Mm-hmm.
Frogmen.
Yep. How many's in there? Is that a turtle?
There's a couple of frogmen. There's a turtle shield and like a Moai mask shield.
Yep, I see it.
Yeah.
Hey, Fred.
Oh, some more pulp. DD, Astro Girl, Chronoscope figure.
Oh,
She's
she's
got a
nice.
bob.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah,
I need that.
yeah.
Sister of Battle. What do you want, Kyle? What happened?
Mm.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. They had this in D&D, and I would imagine they have it in here. Dark dwarves.
Duragar.
Yeah.
Yeah, Duragar.
They're present on Galarian.
Yes.
All right.
Hiding behind this base, which is really annoying. He's slipped behind the base. Is Rod Star Slider.
What is his name? Rug's Door Slider. Rud.
Muggle.
Rud. I thought you said rug. R-U-G. As in go. Rug Door Slider.
For more portmanteau names is Klaus Copperthumb, Dwarf Thief.
There you go. Copper Thumbs himself. Old Copper Thumbs. Duragar.
Oh, one of my favorites. The Vulture Demon.
Ah, that's big. Wow.
Yeah.
That would be a fun fight.
Vulture.
Zinch.
Yeah,
Zinch.
Zinch. Yep,
Mhm.
40k Zinch. Boy, you got a collection, man.
I got some familiars. The
You
bases.
do. Nice.
Your favorite and mine.
The owlbear? Oh, you got the owlbear.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's cool. He's cool. They've made a better model than that. That one wasn't my favorite. He looks lanky. He
Yeah.
looks too lanky.
Naiad
What is it?
is a naiad, like a water nymph.
Oh, water nymph. Yeah.
Yeah, you can tell I like mine.
Yeah.
Just get bored painting dudes all the time. Like, here I am painting another man's penis on my Gallic, my Gallic fanatics, my regiment of Gallic fanatics. Here's another dick and balls. Here's another dick and balls. Like,
Yep.
just highlighting.
For girls too.
Dick
Like,
and
I don't want to draw guys all the time. For the love of God, give me a female to play. They actually draw.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Tomb Guard.
Ooh.
He's got a separate head, but he's got like the Kopesh and
Mm-hmm. Gopesh.
Yeah.
Nasties. Hook
the
sword.
Green Lady with her two cats.
Let's see in the back. Oh, she's cool. I gotta have that.
Yeah, she's essential to your army, actually. Really.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And what is she called?
I
The
mean-
Green Lady?
Yeah, I mean, you could just run her as a mage, which is probably what I'll do. But like, she's like in terms of lore, like she's like the boss of your faction.
Oh, I gotta go look. Let me grab my book. Hold on. Man, we're nerds.
Another resin one, werewolf.
Let me get my
This,
book. Hold
this
on.
werewolf is easy, actually.
Sylvankin?
Yeah,
Or is it Elven? I don't see her in the Sylvankin.
Sylvan King. She might be in the Brother Mark list, but in terms of the background and it might be in the Elven list, actually. But she's like a thing with the Sylvankin too.
That's cool looking though. That werewolf there.
Yeah. Briarberry, halfling wizard.
There he is.
Another Thul, the Trident Realms, the sort of octopi wizard man.
Ooh.
Chef's kiss. The Elven Temple Guardian. Look at that shield.
Yeah, it's okay. Bent spear?
Well, I'm not going to leave it like that, am I, Reginald?
Apparently, he's having a wooding problem.
Yeah.
Northern Alliance, Elven Berserker. Or half-elf Berserker. A dwarf with horns and a bow.
Dwarves don't use bows, they use crossbows.
Sure they do. In Tolkien they use bows.
Yeah. What a token, though.
Lady Ranger.
Nice, gotta have it. Rangers of Shadow Deep.
Goblin Wizard. And he's so old hammer. He is so old hammer, this guy. Look at him.
Goblin Wizard? Oh yeah, I see it now.
Yeah.
Night Goblin.
A vampire. I do like my vampires, actually. Worried about
I
that.
like the back of that. That's his cape.
Yep.
Very cool. I had an undead vampire count's army back in the day. Lots of vampires in that.
Oh, here's a tiny one. Little halfling.
Oh, he is tiny. Hey, it's Althea. She's tiny.
Got a Viking Jarl. I think I must have gotten this for free with something. You can't really see him. He's having a snooze. A dwarf rune priest. I thought this was rare enough to kind of warrant getting. He's got like a dragon star.
Mm-hmm. Nice, nice.
Last two. I'm not really big on the superheroes, but I would incorporate them into a pulp game, and this guy is called Jack Hammer, and he's kind of like a tank, like a bad guy, supervillain tank. Thought it kind of made sense to have something like that. He's got like a mace for an arm. Thought it made sense to have something like that with a pulp villain.
I like it.
Yeah.
And the last one, Wood Elf Wizard. The really cool pointy hood.
I like the pointy hood.
That's the OG right there.
Yeah, it's very old school.
Nice. Reaper.
And that's 50% of my metal collection.
Now for the remaining 50%. Let me read
No,
this,
I have
Kyle. Let me read what you typed.
I've got some other bits and bobs, but yeah, that's most of it. Some ECW over there.
Now, how could I answer that, Kyle? I can't tell you that stuff. That's meta. I'm not going to tell you anything. Maybe,
But I'm
maybe
very
not.
crafty.
You are, but I'm not revealing the adventure. It's possible. Of course, does Bjorn know anything about dark dwarves or anything about them anyway? Probably not. You, on the other hand, as a player, which is meta information, yeah, I'm, maybe or maybe not.
Yeah, but that would be pretty cool, though, if we actually found out that they were involved.
Yeah, man.
So that's James's 50% of his collection. Pulp plus a lot of Kings of War in there. You love your Kings of War.
Well, it's handy to buy, just like with 40k, it's still handy to buy characters and special units. It's just not so overemphasized. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's not like you feel like, oh, I shouldn't have taken that chaff unit. I should have saved those points for.
I have tons of
Something
models
more
like that
comfortable.
myself that I haven't painted yet, but I'm going to for my project here. Same thing, bunch of Reapers, old GW classics. I got a lot of stuff I've never showed anyone.
When I buy the individual medals like that, I try and get stuff that's going to have multiple uses. For the most part. Good little stack of English Civil War medal over here, and I've got some Nolz's halflings.
Mm-hmm. Oh, here's the remaining 50%. You showing off more? Here we go.
I'll show off some of it. Like,
You got it
Yeah,
nice
that's
there,
my
man.
my
Oh, there's
little
your
stack of.
there's your counter clipper.
Yeah, there's my counter clip. I'll go down one level. There's my little stack of ECW and
Nice.
Nolz's. And I've got some more weird metal over here. This is from a British. This pile is from a British company. There's I will show you these because they're crazy. Alien Queen.
Oh yeah, I see her.
I think Ridley Scott.
Mm-hmm.
Some sci-fi adventurers that are kind of more like crewmen, and there's an alien in there,
Yep.
and with a blast pistol. A Blake 7 bad guy, like the
Okay.
henchman.
Yeah, I get it. Blake 7.
Sexy lady assassin with 2 pistols. She's headless and armless at the moment, but really nice sculpt.
Yeah, looks it.
Yeah. What looks to be some kind of orc hero with a spiky helmet. Oh, there he is. More Ridley Scott type aliens, which I may just paint in the same color as my Tyranids and see if they,
Mm-hmm.
one with quite a large gun there.
I see it. Looks like a wrench.
Yeah. What are these guys? I think these are Colonial Marine. Like in there.
Who's the manufacturer?
They're just a little caster called CP Models, and they do mostly 15s, but these are 28s. They do a lot of really cool. There's a dwarf that he's really well made Nordic dwarf with proper runes and stuff on his shield. Bit hard to see in the back, but I've got this cool gas mask trooper, which is just very grimdark. Got a sci-fi guy here.
Krieg.
Yeah. Oh, no, this is Krieg. This is like a World War One sci-fi commissar type figure with a stick grenade.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that cool?
Yep. Nice pose. He's got a big gun in one hand.
Yeah.
Big gun. Must be strong.
Yeah. It's more like World War One British Tommy sci-fi style, like almost like Warzone. And where more to go? Oh, these guys are just cyborgs, and I bought a whole squad because they were freaking cool. Let me see if I can get it.
Guy's upside down. Guy looks like a Ninja Turtle. That one I
Bit
can't
hard to show
see. They're in a plastic bag. I can't see them.
Flipping it around, maybe.
All right, I see them.
Anyway, they look like Borg. You get the picture.
Yeah, I got it. Cyborgs. Cyborgs, Kyle. Cyborgs.
And that's that. That's that. I've got a lot of ECW metal, but you don't really want to see that.
We'll save that for the next episode.
Save that for another.
You got a lot of stuff, man.
Can you imagine what it was like before I sold two-thirds of it?
Yeah. All those plastic
It was
20
just getting...
mils.
Oh, well, it's just getting silly. Like, just buying them for the sake of buying them, you know? I don't have that kind of money anymore.
No. Broke now.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Gave it all away. It's all a full circle. It'll come back to you.
Yeah, of course. I just take that, you know, pretty likely.
Mm-hmm. It's all a cycle. You know that.
Anyway, that's the Pulp collection. You can go off and do something productive now. Have you on in the background? There's a woman.
You really cleaned up your game room pretty good, man. Looks good. Well
Oh,
organized.
it needs another going over, but I can at least find things, you know. Anyway, I'll catch you guys later. See you, Carl. See you, Karma.
Yes, sir.
All right, James. I'll see you in chat.
All right, Fritz, what is this creature? Like, oh my god, this thing looks nasty.
Where? What creature? Ouch. Oh,
One
that creature I
bad-
showed. That's the blob that's in the middle of the arena.
I don't want to fight this guy.
No, you don't.
I'm scared, Karma. I'm scared.
Well, yeah, me too. We need to fucking.
Haul ass out of here.
I have one heal left.
I think we can take him.
Okay.
Ignore the middle head and run when I tell you.
There's a little guy at the bottom there if you look close.
Oh my. How gallant of him, the dumbass.
Yeah, see him there? It's a little spear. There's a guy being swallowed. Oh! Yeah, that's pretty bad. But of course, you don't see this when you look down. You just see a pile of garbage.
Oh.
You see this poking its head out.
8,065, is that correct?
I'll tell you right now, I have a battle strategy for this guy. Stand up top, drop a fireball. Chappie dropped like 4 fireballs.
What if it's immune to fire?
Then we're just gonna run for our lives.
What if it can climb?
I'm gonna absolutely have to change my pants.
It's like 2 people are staying behind.
No, 1 person is staying behind.
Give me the, sorry. Give me
You're right, you're right.
It's gonna be me.
You'll stay behind, and I'll stay behind, because I'll take the killing blow for you when you are about to die.
No, you won't, because I'll shut the door and lock it.
No, but no matter how far away, up to a certain point, I can still take your killing blow. Because I sense your damage, remember?
Ah,
So you might as well let me stay. Maybe I'll hit it too.
yeah, but if you're with the party, then somebody can spam a heal on you real fast. Lyra's got lay on hand. She can bring you back up from the brink of death.
Do the same thing to you.
I'm
You're not-
trying to be gallant here.
I know. You are very gallant. But
All
You
right,
see,
cool. I can do the rest. Thanks.
it's too late. I have life connection on you.
Yeah,
But,
damn
like,
it, Fred, she already cast a spell on me. Damn
For,
it.
like, a whole day.
She got me there, Fred. She got me there.
I'm barbarian. No numbers good.
I found another spell that does something like that. So I can do it to. It can use two different spells to similarly protect two different people based on what I saw.
Mythology does female magic.
Which is
Fantastic.
so interesting. I mean, I think I have to be nearby to one of them though.
Fantastic.
All right, gentlemen. I will catch y'all later. Thank you again.
I'm so excited about this shield spell. I'm definitely taking that.
Oh, of course you are.
Yeah,
Yeah, because we're going to have to rest soon, because I'm out of heals.
I have one left.
Yeah, we definitely need to fall back and get some rest. Maybe withdraw back to Otari.
I
Since
think
we're not
before
gonna have
I think
Rachel
if
with
we're gonna fight something like this, we should come down and fight something like this after we're at like full spell lists again. Just because we're gonna need potentially the healing, not to mention some of the buffs. I think it'd be unwise to keep pressing forward when not only it's just not only me who's out of protective spells. You are too.
It's a good 4-hour trip.
Or we die. I mean, that's
Yeah.
also an option.
4 hours back to Otari for a resupply. So, what's going on, Fritz? You're looking upset.
I'm looking at the chat. I'm not upset. I can be. But that wouldn't be good.
Oh yeah, but my heals kind of how I have Bjorn set up Karma. My heals are kind of weak sauce compared to yours because I'm not a full war priest anymore.
Nope.
So you're carrying the bulk of the healing, but I can do it on occasion.
Right. And
Yeah.
Lyra could too because she has lay on hands, right?
Yeah, but that's not a spell. That's just a focus. You can take 10 minutes and get a focus point back.
Oh, champions keys, focus points.
It empowers their lay on hands and stuff like that.
Huh. That's interesting.
Yeah.
What's up, Fred?
Ouch, nothing. I'm gonna read something. Something.
Fred said interesting. I am now intrigued.
I wonder how much of the rules from the remaster are slowly trickling in. Like, I'm noticing a lot of things that I don't remember in the game working the way it's described here. But I won't say what it is. I'm going to look it up.
That's code word for it's a GM thing.
No. It's not worth bringing up if I'm wrong. I'll let you know for sure.
Yeah, definitely, Karma. I think if nothing else, I think we need to fall back to the safe room, barricade the doors, and get some sleep.
Here?
I
Wait,
have-
here?
Yeah. Here in the Gauntlet, we secured a safe room. That way we don't have to take that 4-hour trek back to
Oh.
Otari. We basically made a little camp here. That your first session was right after we established that, and then we walked into that creature, and then yeah.
Hmm.
But I have 2 heals, True Strike, those are spent. So all my first level spells are spent. I have see invisibility and dark vision, but that's not going to help me. That's not going to help me there.
I still have one warrior's regret, which is something I'm going to be taking out. Searing light, which is a spell like that I am assuming I can. Well, I can look at it. Shoot a blazing ray of light. Oh yeah, so it's basically exactly what it sounds like. Giant light fireball.
Yep.
So I guess that's cool, but it's not helpful in the supporting sort of way. And then warding aggressions. If I'm not doing anything else and I'm just hitting something at that point, warding aggression seems pretty cool because I can have a higher defense against something that's hitting me.
That's kind of why I chose it for you. It's kind of your oh shit button, you know, in case you need to stack those defenses.
I have to be attacking stuff though, and I don't really attack stuff. I do on occasion, but not every turn. In order to keep it alive, you have to be attacking every turn.
Yep.
So I'll probably be taking that out for something too. I just haven't decided. I have a lot of skills I looked at that I kind of threw into my prepared spell sheet. Can you look at that?
What?
My prepared spell sheet?
Yeah.
He can because he has permission to look at your sheet, like me, but nobody else can.
Cool. Oh, gotcha. I was going to say, if you see anything in there that you particularly think was also an interesting idea, can you, let me know?
I'll take a look, see what we got.
Roll something?
I did.
Oh.
Karma Sunseeker. Leveled good. Damage. 13 points.
I love it.
Ba, ba, ba. Ba.
So magic weapon, right? And runic weapon? Is that the same skill twice?
What spell level is it?
For first level.
Weapon glimmers with magic, temporary runes carved down the length. The target becomes +1 striking.
Put it in the chat so I could see what you're looking at.
Oh, thank you.
Magic weapon. Alright, there's that. What was the other one?
I'm linking it now.
Well, I guess they're separate spells if they're listed separately.
They have different names, which is so weird. But they look like they're the same spell.
Well, let's see what it says. Runic weapon. Let me open that. Runic weapon, spell level 1. So is magic level, so spell level 1. Common transmissive superstitions. Alright. The weapon glimmers with magic as temporary runes carved down its length. The target becomes a +1 striking weapon, gaining +1 item bonus to the attack rolls and increasing the number of weapon damage dice to 2. Okay, nice. Magic weapon. The weapon glimmers with magic and energy. The target becomes +1 striking weapon, gaining a +1 item bonus to the attack rolls and increasing the number of weapon damage. It's the same thing.
Thing, right? They're both the same thing. The same thing. It's because they're listed separately.
Let me read. Components. Somatic verbal. Range touch. One is a spell. Well, they're both spells. What am I thinking? Details. Where did you find these?
The
Both
spell
under the spell list, yeah.
In the compendium?
Mm-hmm.
They're under the divine first level spells. Is runic weapon the remastered version of magic weapon?
Could be.
Could I use them both? If I wanted to?
Yeah, it's essentially the same spell. You might as well memorize one twice. Which is, well, yeah, it's something you can do. Because once you prepare it once and cast it, it's gone. So if you want to cast it more than once in the same day, you got to memorize it and prepare it twice or 3 times. So that's effectively what you'd be doing by taking both of these spells. You'd be memorizing the same spell twice.
It's tempting because it's such a good spell, but I want to, if I could take 2 heals. I don't know, how did you make me take 2 heals, Kyle?
What do you mean?
So under first level spells on my spell list, it's heal, magic weapon, right? I can just learn something twice like that?
Yeah.
So I could go magic weapon, magic weapon, magic weapon?
You could if you wanted to.
You have
Then
to if
why
you
would
want to
I-
cast it more than once.
But then why would I need runic weapon?
You
They're
would.
they're the same thing, so it doesn't matter.
I know. So confused why it's there. Anyway, thank you for letting me know about that. Very weird. Very, very weird.
It might be something to do with the remaster.
Could be. You'd have to go to the document and see.
It's the compendium wheel.
So one is runic weapon and the other is magic weapon?
Correct.
I don't see magic weapon in the compendium. Looking in the compendium, I don't see it. Under spells.
No?
No.
Huh.
Not on my list.
But if you go to the spell list on her character sheet, it's there.
Which makes me think that, yeah, they replaced magic weapon with runic weapon. So it must have been updated.
Shouldn't be using magic weapon currently like I am. I should be using runic weapon.
Well, let me look. Magic weapon. Yeah, can't find it. There's no magic weapon in the browser. But there is runic weapon.
If it's gonna let me do it, I'm gonna get rid of magic weapon and make it runic weapon.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what it is.
That.
So Kyle, I bet if you go on to the document, there's a journal entry in here for the update. You can find it in journal entries. It's the
I'm already there.
there's a link in there that takes you to the full document. If you look at that, look up magic weapon and see if it's been replaced with runic weapon. I bet you anything it is. Makes sense.
Oh, you never called me back.
Somebody's waiting for a call.
I just got worried.
Oh,
You never
sorry.
called me back. It's not like you know it.
Every time.
Yep.
Let me see here. I'm looking. Yep, that's what they did.
What does it say?
That's what they did. Switched it to runic weapon.
Well, there it is.
Yeah. Nope, I switched it on my thing.
Good catch. Good catch, Karma. You caught something nobody else did.
Thank you. Only because I read the entire thing today.
The remaster's slowly being churned out and updated in version 11. They're slowly making the changes as they become known because the remaster isn't out yet. It doesn't come out till November. But Foundry, or not Foundry, but the Pathfinder UI guys, the developers, have access to the document, so they're slowly making the changes. They don't want to do it all at once because we don't have the rules.
Mm-hmm.
So just the terms have changed. This spell would be replaced. Nothing changes. It's just a name change. Things like that. Very minor things. Like if you had said, oh, magic weapon. I'm going to drag that to my sheet and prepare it today. Yes, you could do that. Oh, here's another runic weapon. Oh, that looks like the same thing. Well, I don't care. I'm going to drag that to my sheet too. You know, okay, you can do that and it wouldn't change the game at all because they're the same spell. And you could do that anyway. So, minor things, that's all. It's just a name change.
That's pretty much what they're doing.
It's like Off Guard and Flat-Footed. Just a name change thing. Doesn't change anything else. MechWarrior 6 will come after the latest DLC for 5. Excuse me. Says Rookie Quad 6. What are we going to do without Rachel this Sunday?
It's gonna be weird feeling.
And she went out and bought all those snacks.
I know, right?
We're going to have to tease her if she ate them all before she arrives 2 weeks from now. She loves gummies. So do I, actually.
I think I just hit everything in this room, Fritz. That's a 36. Maybe I got the confused state on me again.
Confused. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
I don't think I've ever heard Balfour be that kind of anxious ever. Like, wait a minute, like if you get confused.
Yeah.
Because right there is 48 points of slashing damage somebody would have took. And there'd have been nothing I could have done about it.
Nothing.
I think Balfour was getting kind of scared for a minute.
Yeah, he did. He was worried when he saw that happen. Said, oh, wait a minute. I forgot there's magic in this world. There's scary things. Gouging Claw. That's a cool spell. Chicka chicka cha. Wonder where this northern door leads.
I'm about to kick it open and find out.
I guess if you scroll your map out to its max, you'll see everywhere you've explored, and you can kind of think where you've been. You should be able to see where you've been.
Yeah, I can see where we've been, at least on this level.
Yeah, on this level. It's a lot, right?
I would like a snack. I'll be right back.
Like we've explored a lot of this place.
The only thing missing is the middle.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're about to do now, after we rest. Got to get them spell slots back.
Well, remember, random encounters. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. It could be a disaster.
Yeah, but I don't really want to trek 4.5 hours back to Atari.
Yeah, more random encounters. It's too bad you don't have these teleport circles working.
I know, right? Like nobody wants to. I guess I'm gonna have to hang on a minute. Let me actually write that down in my book. Since I am a spellcaster on Bjorn, we can make use of him with that possibly. Teleportation spell. Question mark. Question mark. Tired?
I just got up not long ago, but yeah, I'm always tired. It's another late night. I was up. What was I doing? Oh, I finished editing the last video. So all the videos are edited. They're all scheduled to come out once Monday at 6 p.m. every week. Episode 68, 69, and 70, and then whatever else we do. So we're all caught up. I was watching my very first episode, episode 1, before you guys. Boy, that was a long time ago. It's actually pretty good. Did a good job. Episode 1, man.
Yeah, but you always do a good job, Fritz.
I try.
It's us players that mess things up.
Let me try and... Let me go back and see what the release date for that was. I'm curious. Curious. No Man's Sky. How long ago was that? Chicka-cha, chicka-cha-cha-cha. Rookie's in the chat talking on and on and on and on about Battletech. He is a Battletech fanatic.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Let's see, there it is. Episode 1 streamed 2 years ago. So 21. Before that, we played Menace Under Otari, which I kind of messed up recording. I don't even think it's a complete thing. There's a couple of episodes in it. I don't know what I did. That'd be fun to play. I'd play that as a one-shot with you guys.
I actually, the week that I joined, you had me watch some of the things, and I actually watched an episode of Menace Under Otari.
Yeah.
Before I joined. And then I joined and got hooked and never looked back.
I got your episodes here. Wild Beyond. Went up all the way to episode 7.
Maybe once we get the vaults done, I can start running them again.
Yep. Got some one-shots here. I got One Foggy Evening, a one-shot. It was me and Dizzy. I got a one-shot called Sheppy's First Fight. Me and Jesse. Got Little Trouble in Big Absalon, part 1 and 2. We never did a part 3, sadly. I've got Battle with the Menacing Baby Max, one shot. That was before you guys. And I got a bunch of stuff here. Menace Under Atari, one shot, 2 hours long. Menace Under Atari Session 3. I don't know what that is. It's only 8 minutes long. I think it's a highlight reel. Got Eight-Legged Menace, a one shot featuring some people that was before you. And another one, Gauntlet Ahead, one shot featuring some people you guys never met. Then, ooh, I've got, what's the oldest one I've done? 4 years ago. I did my D&D 5e Midgard campaign. It went up to session 5. Yeah, we did 5 sessions of my Midgard campaign doing 5e. That was good fun. A lot of sandbox actually in that. 5 years ago, I was playing Pathfinder First Edition. I've got a couple episodes of this. Yeah, that was a good time as well. I did a one-shot of 5e called Vault of Palin the Pious. There's 3 episodes of that. 3 hours in total. That was really good fun. My good friend Nick was in that from Athens. Yeah, so I got some 5e stuff in there too. Yeah. How do you like that? It's in my one-shots playlist.
That's really what 5e is good for, is one shots.
5 years ago. It's my oldest one. Pathfinder First Edition. It's funny to go back to those and watch them because that was really the first games I ever ran online. You could see how different it was for me, how I was cultivating my skills or whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
Finding your style.
Yeah. Not that I have a style. I don't know what the hell you call me.
Of course you have a style.
We're all weird.
There ain't a damn thing wrong with that.
Cherokee Indian Ball. Yeah, let me look at my bases here. See what shape they're in. Where did Karma go?
I
Snacks.
think she wants to go get a snack.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to go putting paint on these yet because they're just, I don't want to get super glue on my brushes. I might just wait till tomorrow. There's no rush.
The old saying always goes, can't rush perfection.
I could put the flags on. No, I'll do that last. A lot of work.
Yes, sir.
From Hussar to Dragoons. The list keeps growing as I add more terms. Says rookie quad 6.
Nothing wrong with expansion. I am going to bow out of here, Fritz, and go get some rest. Gotta take my aunt tomorrow after work, so
As soon
it's
as
going to
you
be a late one.
As soon as you leave, everybody will come in. Then you'll miss out on all the fun.
That's my luck.
That's what happened last night. Nah, I'm not going to keep it up tonight. I'm actually getting tired. That's okay, Kyle. See ya. Tomorrow we'll be back a little bit more. We'll see what else we can get into tomorrow. I'd like to roll some dice.
Oh yeah, and if nothing else, I'll be around Friday night all night. So yeah, we'll definitely be rolling some dice Friday.
Maybe we'll start our campaign of Dragonbane. Hey, there's a thought.
I'm gang. You record it. We'll get Jess in here. We'll
Yeah.
start running this bitch.
Get this biatch going.
Yep.
Got to pretty soon. All right, Kyle.
A lot of fun though. But yeah, I'll see y'all in the morning.
Take care,
5
Kyle.
o'clock.
You well? Yep, I get your message every freaking morning. Bloop, there he is.
Yep.
I appreciate it, man. Take care.
I got your back, Fritz. Always have, always will.
True story.
Yes, sir. And we'll see y'all in the morning.
See ya, Kyle. Love is in the air. I never get notifications from anybody. Probably because I keep them off. I just look on my feed. I get too many notifications as it is. Yeah, I'll have to check out Squirrel's stream. I guess he's talking all about Harnmaster. What time is it anyway? It's almost 10 o'clock. Wow. Yeah. I don't know what else to do. Let's go over to here to Pathfinder. Karma will come back and we'll all be gone. The hell? They all left me. James will come back in. He'll hang out with Karma. Its history actually starts in the 1400s. Got to start making some plans. I want to do a one-shot with Pathfinder. I also want to start my Dragonbane campaign. I want to start getting ready to play another game too. I've been so busy with this freaking commission. I'll probably take some time off tonight to think about that. Try and get things organized in my head. Oh, I got my Battletech crew here tonight talking in the chat. Battletech, I sold my Battletech. Can't do it all. I'll stick with the 40K. 40K. Or one-page rules. I wouldn't mind playing Heavy Gear. Oh, there's Iron Man. Heavy Gear is actually a really good game up in Canada. Been around forever. Had a cartoon series and everything. That's something I would get into. That was always cool. Got a bunch of models for that. What's up, Iron Man? Iron Meister?
Hey. I see you been abandoned by everybody, so I thought I'd jump in real quick. You were talking about, yeah, I know. You were talking about some games you're going to run. And Blackwell that wrote the Horde Wars is going to be at the con that Big Geek is putting on next month. So I'm going to play in it.
You gonna try
As
it?
it wrote it. Sure.
Mhm.
I mean, when the author's running a game, a couple of sessions, you know, some 4-hour sessions, I'll do that.
Yeah, it works. What is this?
It's always fun.
Iconics. I got a bunch of notes here I keep when I chats. I don't know what any of it means. Huh. Savage Worlds. I got all kinds of stuff I want to run. Oh, time. Like tonight I'm exhausted. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Just exhausted. You take a rest, you know, and there's more time gone. Next day comes, you got to work and you got to do the stream and you got to do this, and then you're tired again.
So last night I had a new player join the group for AD&D, and hasn't played AD&D before. He's played 5th edition, and but he's got old school sensibilities.
Yeah.
He was highly recommended by a couple players. So
Yeah.
he jumped right in, man. That was great. It was really good. You know how I've been a little upset the last few sessions about players not paying attention and stuff.
I remember.
So it was a great session. Everybody was there. Everybody paid attention. Everybody played.
About time.
I mean, it was the kind of session where even when we called it, most people hung around for like another hour just talking, which is always a good thing.
Yep.
It's a good barometer that it went well. But we were talking how, I remember I mentioned I don't see it my job as the GM to entertain people.
Mm-hmm.
I'm presenting a situation and a place for them to run their story. And if I have to force something down their throats, and they're not engaged enough for it to be worth my time, you know. So I think a lot of it's up to the players. Players meet you halfway. Let me put it that way. If you watch any game that's worth watching, where they're streaming it on YouTube, the players are engaged.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I'm under that impression where I might want to do cameras if I were to do another game and do it online.
Yep.
I think I might do the cameras because it's a whole complete different atmosphere. I mean, a couple other games, and with the cameras, if you get up and leave, everybody sees it.
Exactly.
If the camera off, everybody sees it.
It's
if you're
like-
painting miniatures,
Yeah, it's like in my games when I'm playing, I can't see most of them. Jesse comes on, puts his camera sometimes. Karma does so likewise, but I'm not set up to share them yet. But you know, many times they'll say, "Okay, Dizzy, you're up next." Silence. That's like, Dizzy, you there? Dizzy.
Right.
Or it could be Kyle or anybody, and they're gone.
Right.
And I don't know it.
I get that. Yeah, or you hear somebody yawning. I hear in the very background somebody's playing a YouTube or a war game or something, doing dishes, cooking. It's just, and then it's bad because then when something happens, it's their turn. They come by and they go, I'm going to do this. I'm like, really? He just did this. Oh, what happened? I missed. What did I miss? And after a while, I'm like, why am I doing this? I've got 5 guys that are all over the place and one guy playing.
You could be there talking to yourself.
Very likely, actually.
Man.
And to the point where I even made, in D&D, you usually do this, but I put the combat tracker into play, the combat tracker into play to try to let people realize we're going to do it in this order and you guys be ready.
Mm-hmm.
So I am now playing in person. We've done it so much, it's not even an issue how that happens. But this VTT thing online is new to me. This is the first one I've done.
Mm-hmm.
It's the first time I've run any system. I have played in a couple Roll20 games before. And that was it. So I think we're all kind of learning how to do it effectively.
Hmm.
But when you watch decent players, and I was thinking about like even our in-person games, how engaged the group is, and the GM sits back and waits. What are you going to do? Kind of thing. And okay, we're going to do this, and then they just adjudicate, tell you what's next, and we run the game. The players are making it happen. The players are excited or not excited or scared or looking for this or what are we going to do. I mean, it doesn't always move right along because a lot of times there's discussion, what do we do next kind of thing. But it's a large scale game with big maps of the Caribbean, and we've got towers and locations and groups everywhere and multiple ships. So sometimes there's a strategic element to the game that's not normally in an RPG. But still, the GM rarely has to say, "Hey, what are you doing? Are you there?" It just doesn't happen.
Yeah,
it's exciting, and and I've seen it happen in the tabletop, but the players have to come to the table thinking, meet you halfway. Is what I'm saying. Comes to the experience. I watched Max Bovine today a little bit with his, I don't think that's how it's pronounced, is that? I don't know, but you know who I'm talking about, right?
I know Max.
And he was talking about railroading and backstory and stuff. And I'm sitting there, I was confused a little bit. What do you think is meant by railroading? I mean, if you're playing a module like you do with your Abomination Vaults, it's a module. Is it a railroad? Or is it a setting, a miniature setting? And at what point is it a railroad? I've seen, and also I'm wondering if I even care, to be honest.
And what did he say?
Because
what was he saying?
He was saying that because of railroading, the backstories became more a way for players to have agency about what their characters are. Because if it's railroaded, you don't have much input into what your character's doing. Something along that lines. But to be honest, I was a little bit confused about what he was talking about.
Yeah.
And because I missed the very beginning, I might have missed something important. I should probably go back and watch it now that it's posted, because I was watching it live. But I've seen a guy reviewing a dungeon, and he says, and then there are 2 doors into the dungeon, which is good. You wouldn't want it to be a railroad. And I just laugh. I'm like, well, okay. So my comment was 2 doors good, 1 door railroad. But I see that attitude a lot where they'll do something like, well, you can all you can do is go down this hallway and turn and go down that hallway, go to the next room. You should give players multiple ways to get there so they have agency, they have choice. It's not a railroad. And I'm like, though, if it's a barrel mound, it's probably got 1 entrance and 1 hallway, and it might go deep, but from my point of view, cover your backside enough that you think you can get out the way you went in. There shouldn't always have to be another entrance somewhere.
Yeah.
It's the same as you're at a cliff and you're underground and you're in a big cavern and there's a cliff down to the next layer and it's 25 feet down. You don't have a rope. You could lower yourself and probably drop and not get hurt too bad and keep going. How would you get out? Do you just expect that if you do that, there's another way out? Or do you say we better prepare and make sure we know how to get out of here before we commit? I mean, how easy does it have to be is what I'm getting at. But yeah, that's pretty interesting. There's another term that I don't really care about is meta so much. I think we have a lot of stress. You wouldn't know that. You wouldn't know that. You wouldn't know that. It's like, well, it gets weird when everybody's pretending they don't know something. And everybody pretends. Now, we don't really know that's there. And it's like, what? Is it really so integral to the thing that you gotta all pretend you don't know something? You can take it to extremes, I guess.
I get that a lot with my solo wargaming. People are always asking me, how do you play that way?
Mm-hmm.
But, the way I see it, I'm like the player who's got this God's eye view of everything. And I'm that. I enjoy that, playing that, not necessarily being in the first person view of each general all the time. I like to look down and analyze stuff, and then I switch hats and I take on the command of this guy, and I only make decisions based on what I think, what he knows, limited on what he knows. And that's easy for me to do. I don't have problems doing that.
No, the solo game is a what if situation anyway. What if they do this?
Well, I'm saying like in a war game, like say I'm looking at the tabletop and I know there's a regiment of dragoons behind this hill, but the opposing general and his units has no clue they're there. So when I swap to his command and I'm making decisions, do I advance to the hill? Looks bare to me. How do you do that? It's easy for me to do.
It's easy because we've done it for years.
Yeah.
And generally we don't say you can't know that happened. Everybody sees it happening on that side of the table. But you can say, until somebody can get the message to you, you don't know. That's all.
Yeah.
You can't act upon it. I can go along with that. But to tell me I got to pretend that never happened is hard to do. I guess mainly it's something like in-game, when you're playing a game like D&D and you're fighting trolls, and they immediately throw fire on it to burn the troll, or throw oil on it, they're going to set the troll on fire. And it's like, well, you wouldn't know that. Your character's never known about trolls or something. I'm like,
come on.
They're playing the game. If you really want it to be that way, change what it is that kills them. Make it acid or tree bark from some weird birch tree or something. I mean, some weird thing.
That's been a problem since the very beginning of this hobby. You know that, back in AD&D.
Yeah.
It's and what was the answer? Well, the GM or the DM changes it up. He changes the creatures.
Change it up.
That's what we did.
And because the old school approach is you challenge the players, not the players' characters.
Yeah. Yeah,
if you think of in terms, I'm going to challenge my players to have a good time. I'm not trying to make their characters have a good time. The characters are just the game piece. In that respect, I mean, I get it. With role playing, you're more invested in it, but that's interesting.
Yeah.
And then one last thing, and I'll let you go. But one thing I've noticed over all of the years of studying medieval history, you see. Well, first of all, I commented. I think it was a different stream today, but never argue medieval history with anybody in role playing, because everybody's an expert, and it's so unbelievable. Because where the information comes from is within the game industry more than history books.
Yeah,
and you get some pretty bizarre history, because it's a mix of romantic literature, historical romance, fantasy, movies, role-playing games, and real history. And by the time you kind of get it all mixed up in your head, and enough people tell you something really happened, you're going to believe it. And it catches on, like raisins are bad for dogs, for instance. And I know that's a weird thing, but right now, somebody took, and I watched this all unfold in the late 90s. Somebody took their dog to a vet, and it was bad, or something's bad, and they said, we fed it raisins. They go, well, we're not sure that would be bad. Well, they pumped the dog's stomach, and the dog got better. And it caught on that raisins were bad for dogs, to the point where if you go in the vet's offices now, there'll be a poster, you can't feed your dog, and on the list is raisins. And it's absurd, because when you dig deeper into the science, there's the veterinary sciences are saying we have no idea. We have never been able to identify why, and to our knowledge, there's never been a study. It's just we all voted on it. You know what I say? We voted that it was that way, and we do that with so many things, especially history. But the one that cracked me up now, because it never came up in any game I ever played, never came up in any history I've ever read, but in the last 2 years, it's prevalent through the game industry, and that's peasants. It was against the law for peasant to have a sword. Against the law. What? And I'm hearing it all over the place on the Howard guy that does his YouTube, the young guy who's really good at it. Dan Howard?
There's a few of them.
Is that? I don't remember his first name. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Not the guy that not the guy that was crying.
No. That's Shadiversity. Anyway, he's got a very good channel, and somebody asked the question.